going on anyway. They're trying to assume just delay the big
Mr.
beautiful bill or
Whitehouse,
something like that.
no.
Um, here, let's find out. Let's find out together, everybody. Okay, what is this vote orama? Senate vote orama. What the fuck are you? All right, let's see. Votorama, sometimes spelled vote-orama or vote whatever, is a marathon round of votes in the U.S. Senate, usually tied to budget and reconciliation
Capito.
bills.
Mrs.
Here's a straight
Capito,
talk on it.
aye.
After the Senate hits its allotted 50 hours of debate on a budget bill, there's no debate limit on amendments. So senators can propose an unlimited number of amendments. Holy, what? If it hits 50 hours of debate on a budget bill, you can just add whatever the fuck you want to it. Each amendment gets a quick, often under a minute pitch from the sponsor and opponent, followed by a rapid fire roll. What the hell? All right, so we're about, okay, so they're going to go down this bill and just vote yes and no's on it. All right, they better fucking say no to the 10 years of AI, the whole no
Ms.
laws on
Campbell,
AI. That better get voted
no.
down.
Mrs.
All right.
Hyde Smith,
So what do we got going on?
aye.
It's real quiet over there. Like, what are they trying to get sorted out? And it doesn't seem like that many people are there. Like, why? Sit the fuck down, bro. Why are you pacing like this? Is this one of those things where if they vote yes and no's, like you can just walk up to a desk where no one's sitting down and they vote? Have you seen that? Where like House and Senate floors where there's votes and there's nobody at the desk. People would just walk up to other people's desks and vote yes and no's when it's literally illegal to do because you're supposed to be present for a vote. And if you're not present, obviously your vote's not in. You can't have somebody vote for you, but things like that actually happen. Let's see.
Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no.
What?
Ms. Collins, aye.
Behalf. Okay. What's it called? Voting for someone else in the House and Senate when they are not there, and you go to their desk to put in a vote on their behalf.
Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan,
Let's see.
no.
That practice is officially called proxy voting. When a member of the House or Senate isn't present, they designate another member to cast their vote on their behalf. It's allowed in both chambers under specific rules. Senators can sign a form delegating their vote. Okay, so it has to be a whole thing. Why it matters. Yep. Committees only, committees and floor. Proxy voting on the House floor has been time limited, specific conditions. What? Okay, yeah. Yada. All right. So how long is, when did this start? When did the Votorama start? Like it was like early this morning, I assume. Votorama practice. No, not like when the fuck was the first one. Oh, one that started today. It's all telling me like way back when. It started in the 1980s. Yes, a Votorama kicked off today. Yeah, I know. What time? God damn, I'm not getting the answers. What time? There we go. 9 a.m. Eastern, so 6 a.m. over here. So just an hour and a half ago, this all started. And they're saying that this could last a while. All right. Is it...
Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, aye.
God, if only like this isn't C-SPAN or whatever, but like, if only they had like titles of like some
Ms.
little
Rosen,
banner
Ms.
and
Rosen,
saying like what the hell
no.
they're
Mr.
voting on
Ricketts,
currently and
Mr.
which
Ricketts,
amendment.
aye. Mr. Rish, Mr.
Everything
Rish,
Trump touches turns to gold.
aye.
That would make sense if there were no bankruptcies under his name. Yeah, I wonder what the hell they're voting for. It says they're literally voting for each individual amendment.
Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye.
Trump's touch, not the Midas touch anymore. Just again, I literally just kind of tore down your whole thing because he's got multiple bankruptcies under his name. It would make sense if, he was successful, but like I wouldn't call drifting like a successful practice, really. Grifting, Jesus Christ. He Tokyo drifting everywhere, man. What's the current vote on? What amendment are they voting on? What? I want to know what happens with AI.
Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick,
I assume that's going to be something that's just like shot down quick, the AI bill or the amendment for the 10 years no law, state law, because that's just ridiculous. You need to be able to regulate AI, especially like with AI booming and taking over like potential like jobs, warehouse jobs, all sorts of jobs. You're going to need protections of how fast AI will be able to take over such sectors. So hopefully we see some common sense on the AI vote. Current tally is 46-47. On what, though? What are they voting for right now? It says Senate votes on amendments to Trump's big, beautiful bill. And it was right down the center. All they like really need. Well, then again, it was like right down the center. But I hear one Republican was asleep because it was so early in the morning for the vote. But it's really down the line. Like not down the line. Like it's in the middle. They had what, 2 Republicans vote no on it. Yeah, I need to know what happens with the AI bit. Keep me in
Mr.
check
Scott,
with that.
Mr. Scott of South
All right.
Carolina.
Well, that is boring as fuck. Like I don't know if it's designed to be boring as fuck, but like
aye.
they're going through the vote one by one, ayes and nays, but I don't know what the fuck they're voting on. This started at 6, so is it just? It's supposed to be multiple votes. I have no idea what this one's on. All right, news. U.S. Senate pushes ahead on tax Trump cuts as non-bipartisan analysis raises what? Tag. Okay. Suspected Idaho sniper unalived after unaliving 2 firefighters. Oh, damn. I didn't know the firefighters were unalived. That sucks. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, so 3 wounded Idaho attack. Suspect's body was later discovered with a firearm nearby. Wildfires are still going and spread nearly 30. Is this the guy started the fire too? Is what it is? Like that's some fucked up shit. It was a total ambush. These firefighters didn't have a chance. Dude, that's some fucked up shit. Like we don't. What is it they're saying? Like when it comes to the birthright citizenship, how they're saying, if their argument is birthright citizenship was designed for children of slaves, then the Second Amendment was designed for muskets, and it needs to be readdressed if that's their argument. Like 100%, like they really need to relook over some shit. And here we are, just sniper pew-pewings on firefighters because everybody needs a sniper. Like, Jesus Christ. Like everyone thinks like like, I get the fear if you think everything's gonna collapse and you're like, I gotta go hunt some deer or some shit like that. But goddamn, man, I don't think it's worth it. Like, I think we should put a little more focus in making sure our, country stays standing, and then we don't have to worry about food and things like that. Like, yeah, Jesus Christ, excessive bullshit, unalivings, goddamn guys. Canada U.S. trade talks resuming after Canada unalives plan to tax the U.S. tech firms. Oh yeah, something about there's like what? So there's a company really pissed off about this. Was it Musk or Zuckerberg? Like someone's really pissed off about tech. Yeah, I think it was Zuckerberg was saying like how much this is gonna hurt him. But this is the bullshit though, and the hypocrisy of people on the right though is we're all about going, hey, we're going to impose tariffs so we can bring manufacturing back to the U.S. and we can support ourselves and we could be self-efficient, self-sustaining, and yada yada. And then all of a sudden, another country goes, hey, you know what? Maybe we should impose some tariffs, encourage some companies to come back to our country, and it helps us thrive when be self-sufficient, yada. Like we are being very fucking two-faced when we're doing it to say like we're doing it to take care of ourselves, and then all of a sudden we get tariffed from other countries, like they could have the same fucking argument. They could want to be bringing manufacturing back to their countries, and so who are we to be bitching hard when they all of a sudden tariff tech companies? Sounds like to me, if we're using the argument of bringing manufacturing back, it sounds like that country wants to further tech in their own country and have self-sufficient and all that stuff. Like, are we pissed off that Canada is trying to stand on their own feet and say, hey, we'd like to be a little more self-sufficient when it comes to tech sector, and here we are bitching that we're gonna get tariffed over it? Like, that's some fucking hypocrisy bullshit right there. Like if any country can do total, like, what is it? And that's targeting tariffs. They didn't just blanket tariff us. It's a tech tariff. Like, goddamn. Like, all for the fucking targeting tariffs, guys. Iran releases unalive toll of Israel's even prison attacks. Oh, what the fuck? They attacked a prison? What the fuck? What? Of Israel's Evin prison attack as officials remain suspicious of ceasefire. Wait, were they hit? At least 71 people were killed in Israel's attack on the Oh, dude, they attacked the prison. Goddamn. Oh, I like this. Notorious facility where many political prisoners and dissidents have been held. Oh, so people that are against the Iranian regime with how it's running, like, so people that would be considered on the right side of things are the ones that got fucked. Dozens of staff members, 2 inmates, and bystanders are among the casual. Wait, and only 2 inmates? Dozens of staff members. Oh fuck, dude. Dozens. So like about that almost sounds like over 50 of them were just staff members in this prison. Over that was last week. All right. So when's the supposed? I'm assuming this happened right before a ceasefire. Like, goddamn, dude, why do you attack a fucking prison? Like, are they really just thinking like, hey, we're gonna like try to bust a hole in the wall and have criminals run like around over there? Like, you have Iran literally tactically fucking shooting like where they need to be. Like, what is it? When like actual government facilities and things like that, and then you have Israel like doing this weird fuckery. Like, goddamn, just give it a moment. They're gonna like fucking bomb a fucking apartment complex and say they started running it from within there. I don't fucking know. There's tunnels under that building. I don't know who the fuck that is. All right. Local news. What is this? Man accused of trying to kidnap Vancouver girl playing near her house. Accused of it. All right. Well, fuck this guy. What location was this at? A 5-year-old. God damn. A 21-year-old kid was like fucking trying to kidnap a 5-year-old. What in the hell is going on? Allegedly trying to kidnap a 5-year-old girl Wednesday. Dakota Pillmore Rice said her daughter was playing. Okay, cul-de-sac. Is it because it's arrested Alexander Reitbrock? Who the fuck is this? See if he's on YouTube, Facebook, or something. Anything happening here? Nope. Same old bullshit. By the way, guys, thank you for tapping your screens. And also, in the meantime, if you could hit that follow up in the corner, get notifications, and come kick it whenever you can. What am I looking up? His fool's name. Achika-chow. Alexander Broke. No, that ain't no 21-year-old. All right. He ain't got no social media presence right here. Charged with luring and communicating with a minor for immoral purposes, a felony. Where was this located then? It said cul-de-sac. Just, all right. Tell my kids to fucking be careful and aim for the balls. All right. What's up, everybody? Thanks for coming. How's everyone's day going, by the way? Anyone got good plans lined up? Smoke seen from large blaze near Fisher's Landing in Vancouver. Portland nonprofit urges art museum to hold off on Free Street building demolition. Your thoughts on Portland's WNBA team? Okay, random ass shit. There's nothing really crazy happening today. Besides, it's all watching the bill in the floor. Nothing crazy abound right now. Mexican cartel hacker used FBI's agent's phone and public cameras to track down an unalive informants. Oh shit! They took advantage of our FBI. They fucking used us. Wolf fire in Southern California explodes over 1,100 acres amid dry, windy conditions. Oh man, California's on fire again. God damn it, California. What did Trump say? You got to fucking rake the leaves. Jesus Christ. And then here we are going to be cutting aid and help for the people who have to evacuate. Luckily, this looks like it's all hill. But goodness gracious. Yeah, luckily this looks like it's all hill. But yeah, fucking having government, depending on which side you are. Well, yeah, no joke. Actually, it is one of the largest states. I wonder if that just is a factor of it to hold that title. Let's see, top 3 states that catch the most fires. West Coast still has fire seasons every year. Yeah, see, I feel like there's a lot of things that we just don't acknowledge. Like Texas is right behind California, just like it's off by 260 fires. And like, so California 7,300 fires, Texas 7,100 fires. Then North Carolina comes right below them with 9,200 fires. Let's do top 10 states. Top 10 states. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit that follow if you haven't already. It's up in that little corner. Get notifications when we go live, guys. So it goes, wait, I said top 10, son of a bitch. What's going on? Still top 3. California leads everything, most fires and burning acres. Texas, North Carolina trail for numbers of incidents. Alaska and New Mexico. Alaska for total acreage burned, even with fewer fires. So they've had fewer fires, but when it comes to Anchorage, like how much actual space, Alaska and New Mexico, those ones blaze apparently. Fun facts, everybody. Look at that. Look at what we learned just by doing a quick little search. All right. Well, we know about the heat wave in Europe. I don't know nothing about it. What heat wave in Europe? What? 100 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, but for how long? This isn't like their first time hitting 100. More than 40 degrees Celsius. That is insane. So what? 40 degrees Celsius is above 100? I always fuck up at that conversion. Oh, forecast to reach 111. Okay, Portugal. Okay, that sounds a lot more daunting than just saying 100. Okay, they did say over 100, but 111 over there. 114 in El Granado. Okay, now I see why I'm seeing TikTok videos of people blowing fans into tubes and them laying in tubes and things like that. This now, okay, this is being brought to my attention. What's our weather here? Let's check the U.S. weather, which I fucking hear that our like weather mapping systems have been just like fucked lately because of fundings. Like, was it that one tornado that fucked us up? Or not us up, but it was like over there in Kansas or some fucking where. But it was like a severe tornado, and it got missed because they had to fire the person who sits at night and watches the fucking weather, and it got fucked because of it. Positively divorce, positively divorce people unite. No. Um, once divorced but married once again and happily. Let's see here. That's just that didn't tell me fucking weather. Tell me the weather, you son of a bitch. All right, let's open that up. A lot of Europe also doesn't have AC, old stone and brick built. Oh, god damn. Yeah, no joke. It sounds like you're just sitting in a fucking makeshift oven almost. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, damn. Europe. Hold tight, buddy. How many days have they been going on a heat wave? What is this? Weather. Do I just type in fucking weather? Come on, Weather Channel. There we go. Let's open up that window. Have you guys look along. Is this all coming through okay? You're able to see the screen? What's happening? It'd also be the name for a dating website of divorce people. Positively divorced, right? I think we got a business. Hey, man, gimmicks like that, like they take off. A good name. I like that. Nah, positively diverse. Holy shit balls, bro. Oh, that's a very red fucking map. That is countrywide. Holy shit, dude. It is not usually like this. It is not. Like, usually you'd be like, oh, it's hot over in this fucking corner, and then some reason you got some cold right there. This is a red fucking map, dude. That is kind of like, it's almost kind of fucking scary to look at. Like, it just doesn't feel real. Where's that goddamn map again? Son of a bitch. Did I do this incorrectly? Can I click it? What the fuck's going on? All right, whatever. Current temperatures. It says 59 over here. That doesn't look so bad, but East Coast is getting hit. Holy shit. It looks like the voting map. That would be true if there wasn't like, blue also on it. 59. So okay, that's not all right. Everybody cools off at a nice, cool, even 77 degrees. Jesus Christ, that's gonna be the night. So 84 up in the northwest. Where's the highest at? 116 in Phoenix, 110 Las Vegas. A few places just tapping 100. All right, 80. It's not that bad of a it's not that bad. Sources for the missed tornado at night. Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, here 1 second. Little do. Oh, the incident you're talking about happened during the May 15th through 16th, 2025 tornado outbreak in eastern Kentucky, especially impacted London and Somerset. The local NWS office in Jackson, Kentucky had significantly reduced overnight staffing due to cuts under the Department of Government Efficiency. Although no overnight forecaster was formally on duty, the team staged a surge staffing approach, recalling a meteorologist on alert to stay operational and issue warning through the night. Okay. All right. So, okay. Well, I could take back that they didn't react to it, but they did have no staffing overnight. But I guess since they did see it ahead of time, there was a surge response. Anticipated severe weather. They brought meteorologists in Friday afternoon and kept them through the night. All right. Well, that's good to know. Always good to know and be corrected if so. All right. Let's see. Final takeaway. It appears that there was no night shift forecaster on standard duty, but the office wasn't truly dark. They covered the event via emergency staffing, enabling them to issue warnings in time. Okay. Oh, truth matters 100%. Good morning, Scott. What up, bro? In Trump, you trust? Weird thing to say, Dan. Let's see. That's straight, unvarnished truth. We got a deep dive in staffing levels nationwide. Okay, yeah. So there were cuts to their nightly, but it didn't affect them since they foresaw the weather coming in. They just staffed up. Copy paste. God bless Trump. Israel. Oh, dude, fuck Israel. Fuck Israel like more than any other fucking country and like person right now, dude. Israel's so fucking stupid. Israel's like a friend that fucked up so hard that you just like got to be like, dude, I'm not defending your dumb little ass. It's like he's got like short man syndrome and he's just starting fights and you're like he's looking at you to back him up and you're just like, what? Like, but like it's a shame that we all of us like feel like we have our nuts held some reason by Israel. We literally like as the U.S. got to just be like, dude, you're fucking digging your own hole. Fuck off. Yeah, like, and then the ICE agents bullshit. Nah, dude, the fucking ICE agents are fucking with U.S. citizens straight up, dude. Fuck anybody that fucked with U.S. citizens like that. And like, and when I say that, I mean because they're fucking up and like straight up kidnapping U.S. citizens and going like, oh, didn't know you were a U.S. citizen. Sorry for the inconvenience. Like the fuck, dude. Fuck out of here. And like there better be like grounds to fucking sue them and everything like that. But as far as I hear, it's the U.S. citizens being given fucking court dates and things like that and having to pay for fucking lawyers over it. So like, nah, dude, fuck ICE. They gotta learn how to do their jobs better. Straight up. Fucking, it's like just like all the other bullshit, taking chainsaws where you need a fucking scalpel, you know? Am I on Twitter or Rumble? Nah, man. I just got this simultaneously up on YouTube when I'm live, and they stay up when um you know it's all over with, bro. But yeah, now fuck ICE until they get their like learn how to do it correctly, and then fuck Israel. Like big middle fingers to Israel, man. Well, if you share that sentiment, let me know, and if you disagree, let me know. We can talk about it. Would definitely, yeah, fuck Israel, man. All right, but yes, weather fucked. Not so bad though. Certain areas for sure, but what is it? 85 today here in the Northwest. Hey Google, how hot's it going to be today? 92. Yeah, that's going to be cozy. It ain't so bad. I've lucked out that I got AC in my kitchen though. They just don't care. It's not them being treated like that. They're Satan's people. ICE, yeah, dude. They really don't give a fuck. Like it's like the weirdest fucking thing, dude. It's like it's so weird how they are so on board with fucking Trump's whole thing. It's almost as if all the racists went to that job going like, I know what I want to do. I want to deport fucking, like anyone that's not a US citizen and shit like that. And like it's a weird thing to just kind of be like, that's what I want to do. But yeah. Yeah, no, dude, they gotta learn how to fucking do their jobs right. And it's like stop fucking up. It's mainly that. And like every time they fucking detain a US citizen and they get fucking are the ones having to get put like through fucking court and things like that, be detained for 2 days. Nah, fuck that, man. You fucking better learn who is a citizen before you start fucking with them like that. I've like big gripes with that bullshit. Big fucking gripes. And like totally down for the whole, go for the criminals first and shit like that. But literally, like, it's half and half right now. It's literally 50-50, criminals and non-criminals. How come it's not his wife being arrested and starved? Yeah, dude, like the hypocrisy alone of fucking like how his wife got here on like her visa status and things like that, and how we're seeing it play out. It's not like it's new hypocrisy though. Nothing new whatsoever. But like, yeah, no, the fuckery going on right now with like the birthright citizenship. Like, what is it? Their argument is birthright citizenship was designed for the children of slaves and things like that. And I'm like, oh, so that that constitutional amendment in there is because of the times. And I'm like, that's like saying the Second Amendment was like looked at in its times for muskets and not things that shoot, fucking like 50 like under a minute, things like that. It's not even 50-50. The majority of ICE captures the majority has no criminal records. Jesus Christ. Are they really going the fucking ass backwards like that? Well, like, damn, that's fucked up. It's not even 50-50. What is it? How much of ICE detainees have criminal records? Yeah, they just want a body count, dude. No joke. It's like fucking cops at the end of the month trying to get their quotas, dude. I have no doubt that they get paid per head and shit like that with how they flaunt and do this shit. To them, they're grabbing people like they're grabbing fucking money, dude. Straight up. People are being snatched up at immigration court. Yeah, dude. People fucking trying to do it right are getting fucked over. Like, this is the most ridiculous. Like, dude, like, guys, I'm like, sorry. Like, any Republicans out there that voted for Trump on the sake of immigration, you guys got it fucking ass backwards. Like, I get that you want to fix it and like we can find ways to fix it, but Trump's way of fixing this is just it's unjust harm. Unjust harm. And it's not even just that. It's like going to deteriorate our system of how this should be done, because if we get rid of them en masse, like, we know that's going to hurt our fucking infrastructure when it comes to agriculture and just like our resources with food and things like that. The amount of taxes they actually do pay towards like social security benefits and everything like that. And if they like get rid of en masse, like you got to like really acknowledge what you're doing, and what we're doing is shooting ourselves in the foot, like 100%. Like, if anything, like, hey, do we want to fix the immigration problem? All right, let's stop. And right now, here, you ready, guys? This is the thing. This is I'm no liberal, but all this is wrong. What about when say Italians or Irish are illegal? Dude, they could say this. Yeah, they could say this for any kind of people. Like, this is some broken shit. This isn't fucking Democrat, Republican, any of that shit, left and right stuff. Like, this is about like literally the structure of our country and what you can get away with. And one thing that I've heard from multiple people is, hey, if Trump gets too bad, at least we have our guardrails to make sure everything stays in check and that we have our country intact. We have our Constitution. It can't be infringed. And then all of a sudden you see him pushing these fucking walls and testing what he can do. And not even just that, finding out that some of these walls can actually give and he can actually infringe on the Constitution. Like just the other day with the birthright citizenship thing, like it's getting real fucking dicey with what he's able to get away with. But it is obvious to see what his intentions are in the sense of trying to push those walls. His intention is to see how far he can go, and he is willing to go as far as he can go. So it's not like he sees the walls and limits of what the presidency can do, because being the president doesn't mean you are like in charge of everything to the degree of what you say goes. There is limits to presidency. He is trying to make sure that like the walls of the presidency and what you can do, like this is unprecedented in the sense of he wants to go as far as he can go. And we are supposed to be over here hoping that our checks and balances, say the Supreme Court, keeps them in check with these things. But if they like fail to do that, that is the Constitution slowly crumbling away. You cannot be a straight up patriot, call yourself a patriot, and not fucking be disheartened when you see the Constitution being infringed upon. Straight up infringed upon. So like, I'm glad to hear that people like at least see this shit. And if you were for Trump one time and to be against it now, like that, you know what? That's some patriotic shit. That is some patriotic shit. If you were for Trump and you realize that this is too far, because this is literally going against constitutional things, like the whole ICE thing, because this is also like they're fucking up hard and picking up U.S. citizens and fucking with their day. Like, dude, they are going so hard. Let's see. As of June 15th, okay, 71% of ICE detainees have no criminal record. 70 fucking 1%, dude. How is this going after the criminals first? How the fuck, dude? Like, no, dude, those are people that want to make the US a better place, and like we're just doing nothing but making them and their families fucking despise us even more. Like, dude, like think of what's going to happen in 15, 20 years and we find out that there's going to be some kind of like radical extremists born out of situations like these because you fucked with their family. Like, time will fucking tell how hard this is going to hit us. Time will fucking tell, all right? What's up, guys? See, I should read up on Anti-Federalists. They thought the Constitution was a mistake to write. Anti-Federalists. I'm gonna look into that. But we don't need to punish children. Fuck no, we don't need to punish children. Yeah, exactly. No, like, oh my god, dude, we're literally punishing people for the sins of the parents, kind of thing. The thing that makes no fucking sense in the Bible, like that, like when I say, hey, why are we gonna fucking punish somebody generations down the fucking line because of something their parents did? It's like it's very ridiculous and it's a stupid thing to do. Not a reasonable person would prosecute somebody for the sins of their fucking fathers. And here we are having people having their lives literally rolled over, taken, people that lived their like practical whole lives here and putting into the goddamn system. Like, don't tell me some people don't pay taxes. Like, don't tell what do you fucking like live in Oregon? Like people fucking pay taxes. They have their form even as undocumented to pay taxes. Like, Jesus. What do we got here? By the way, guys, thanks for being here. Tap your screens, hit the follow. What up, John? You able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Good morning. How's it going?
Morning, man. Going good. Yeah, good start to the day. Yeah.
All right.
What you got?
Curious. Yeah, I was curious because you're talking about immigration and you made the statement we're deporting people that aren't criminals. So do you think we shouldn't deport people at all or only criminals?
I believe we shouldn't deport people at all. But like in the sense of people trying to find a middle ground, I get what they're going for, but it's not even what they preached.
Okay. So if somebody, I guess, in your worldview, if somebody just crosses the border and they don't seek asylum or like a legal process, then they come here, you're saying we should just make them all citizens.
Let's see. I would have a certain date for it. I wouldn't just say anyone walk in and just pick up your papers. Like you would still have to apply for citizenship.
Okay. So our current system.
My thing is, I think we currently need to make a better pathway, even if you're currently here, undocumented, to make a better process here and now while you're here, while you're paying taxes, to go through that system. Like right now, like, do you think it's good while people are going through the process to get picked up at immigration court?
What do you mean going through what process? You got to be
becoming a citizen.
Okay. In what way?
In what way to become a U.S. citizen?
Yeah. There's different pathways to citizenship. No.
Let's say any of them. Let's say any way to legally have residence in the U.S. If you were in the process, you should not be expelled while you're in that process.
Okay. Yeah. What's your point?
That's currently happening.
Okay. So people are claiming asylum and then they're being deported?
Yes.
Okay.
Not even just that. People are also not just claiming asylum, but also going for citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
And being taken by ICE, yes.
So they're on their green card currently. It's not expired. They're going for.
They are in the process of getting green card.
Okay, so you're in the process of getting a green card, and they get deported.
Yes.
What's their status as they're in the process of getting a green card?
Undocumented.
In what way? There's two different types of.
All right, explain to me the two different types you're aware of.
Yeah. So the first one would be you cross the border, not at a point of entry, and you don't seek asylum. You would be here undocumented. The other person who would be undocumented is somebody who overstays a work visa or a green card or a TPS status. Those people have overstayed their statuses and now they're no longer legal. They're considered undocumented, but they entered the country legally.
They would still be documented. They're just not valid.
Well, if your documentation expires, then you are no longer here. Correct. Yes, you'd be undocumented.
You wouldn't be undocumented. You still have documentation on you. You're not undocumented. You're just no longer valid.
Sure. Then let's call those people people with documents that expired.
Yes.
Wait. Sure. Okay. So which ones are you talking about?
So let's say they have something that expired and are not in the process of renewing it. They fall in the danger zone of being deported.
Okay. What's the problem with that?
What is the problem with that? If they're not taking processes towards it? Well, that's a thing though. Is we don't have a easy way for them to do said like getting it lined up.
Okay. So you want to make the process easier for somebody who is on a green card.
Well, easier in the sense of accessible.
Okay. And what's not accessible about it?
The wait times.
Okay. So you file and you're waiting to get your green card.
Yeah, 7 to 9 years. I think it should be under a year.
To get a green? No, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I agree that we should probably look at speeding up the time to get a green card. I don't think it's 7 to 9 years for everybody. I think if you have financial means, it's quicker. But yeah,
Well,
I don't disagree.
that's the ridiculous part about it too. Is like when you like a lot of people when they move is like they're using their financial means just to move, and they're like not all of them start off with a big pocket of cash.
So you would agree with me then that if there's a right, and I think a right to citizenship is a human right, would you agree?
A right to citizenship is a right.
Yeah.
Like
you have
I would say
you
under
have
the like the Constitution of what like the U.S. is, and like in our experiment of a country, I don't think any country like is implied that they must. I believe all countries should be equal in the sense of having a right to do that, but you know, to each country their own.
Yeah, for sure. So if the country makes it now a privilege, which is what we're considering it, that's how we charge them a fee, right? It's because it's not a right, it's a privilege.
Yeah,
Because you can't.
Yeah, you're saying okay. You're saying having a fee tacked onto citizenship, like becoming one.
Yeah, like if becoming a citizen.
No, I don't like. If anything, like if there's any kind of fees, it's paperwork fees and paying clerk fees, but I think it should be minimized, and if anything, like funded through the government to be minimized.
Yeah, but if once you start charging a fee, then it goes from a right to a privilege. No, because you can't charge fees. If something is a right, you can't charge a fee.
Is that like the argument for people driving on streets without a license?
I'm not making that argument. No,
No,
if you want to make
but is it along the same kind of like saying like because people say they have a right to travel and things like that? Is that what their argument is? Is they have the right to travel, and but they don't need to like sign up for anything?
Yeah, I wouldn't make that argument, but sure, you technically could. If you say you have the right to travel under the Constitution, then theoretically, if you own your own car, you shouldn't be charged any fees to own the car.
Yeah, but yeah, people would think the same for a house, but we like you could outright own a home and you're still paying fees on it.
Right. Yeah, and personal property would be a
Does
right
nobody
under the
have
Constitution.
right to somewhere to live when they're paying
I
fees for
agree
a house
with
that's
you.
paid off?
Yeah, that's terrible. I agree.
All right.
Yeah. Housing is a right, right? You have a right to purchase a home. Personal property under liberty, of my definition of liberty, owning personal property is part of freedom. Therefore, charging any fees to have that freedom is against the Constitution.
What do you think of what's Martin? I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Martin saying states are not bound by the Constitution.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And the Constitution is about keeping the government in check. Those are rules for the government, not rules for just like it said the people.
Yeah, it's the Bill of Rights. This is the problem. When we talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, those are your rights. Like,
Yeah.
not the government's.
Yeah,
The government's is supposed to respect those rights.
yeah. So that's like saying the same thing of saying like so I believe we have the right to health care and things like that, and I'm a progressive in the sense of universal health care. Is it no longer considered a right to health care if we're all paying into it? Like it's kind of a weird argument to make, but I hear where you're going at.
But where would you, if you say healthcare is a right, where under like the Constitution? Because like I can make the argument personal property is part of my definition of liberty, meaning owning personal property is a right. It's an inherent right to be able to own
Yeah,
personal
have your own
property.
property and things like that. Yeah, I believe rights are kind of to me half aligns along with where humans thrive. And so we want to first lessen harm and things like that. So what we do with rights are just saying like no one should be infringed.
Can I help you with that argument? I would argue that the right to life, which would fall under, if you wanted to make the argument healthcare is a human right, you would argue under the guise of the right to live.
Yeah.
Right, everybody has the right
See,
to live.
yep, I would have that argument. Yep. And they're like, because
If
to
you
me
wanted
that
to,
stays consistent through even through the abortion argument and things like that, because you don't have the right to life until you are a being.
you don't have the right to life to what?
Until you have a being,
Um, I mean, I
you
guess,
have
but
to
the
participate
Constitution.
in life to have the right of life.
So participation. What does participating in life mean to you?
I think therefore I am. Once you're on that plane right there, you have entered the threshold of the rights.
I think before that,
I
can
think
you?
there.
Can you?
I think therefore I am.
Okay, can you explain that in the context of what you're using it in?
Yeah. Once you, I would say, once you are conscious of, have a consciousness of this plane.
Okay. So if you're born without consciousness, can they just unalive you?
If you're born without consciousness,
Yeah, like if you're not conscious when you're born, let's say you were born and you're immediately in
just
a
say
like
you're
coma.
born and you're unconscious.
Yeah, like you're in a coma. Like you're not there, right? Your brain has not functioned, is not started. You're in a coma.
I
Let's
guess
just,
I guess I'm more. I think I might be crossing my own wires when it comes into consciousness and sentience. But that is a good thought. That is a good thought process right there. Saying if it's not conscious, I'd say you'd have to try for consciousness at that point. You're saying this is like at birth, like full born and all, right?
well, I think rights apply to your
Yeah,
body,
yeah.
right?
I said, well, okay. So this is where it would fall under this. The sentience that it is capable of here and now would consider it the right to life. To that, you would have to make the effort for it to help it live.
Okay. So if you don't have to make an effort for it to live, then at that point it doesn't have rights.
If there is no consciousness deployed or ever had.
Okay. Can something have consciousness while still in the womb?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's around like 20, 24 weeks.
So your cutoff would be 24 weeks or somewhere in there?
Yeah. I would say maybe 20 weeks. I would say as a little safeguard, but yeah, around 2024.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really like debating the AB issue just because I have my own personal belief is where I would never do it, but I also don't want to stop other people from doing it.
And I respect that. See, yeah, and I believe, and like even like that, I think that is a definitional thing that people get confused a lot because even though you are personally pro-life, what you advocated for then and there, you are pro-choice.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think the government should infringe. It's your personal choice. If you want to do something, then you have to live with your choice, not me.
So if somebody asked you if you're pro-life or pro-choice, what would you specify yourself as?
I would just abstain as a libertarian because I think it's a question that we debate. And my position is I would, if my wife was wanting one, I would tell her no. And if she was adamant, I would fund her because I'd give her the money to do it, if that makes sense.
So okay, well,
So-
you said in the first context, you wouldn't just would you say you would say no, or would you say I disagree? Like telling somebody no is like
Yeah, I would tell them,
a pretty
tell
hard
them
thing
no.
to tell somebody else to do with their being.
Yeah, I have the right to say no, you shouldn't do that. And if you want to do it, I'll give you the money and I'll give you the means
Okay.
to do it.
All right.
But don't do it.
100. Yeah. Your opinion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you're putting your 2 cents in, and you are also owed the 2 cents to put in.
Right.
But yes, but yeah, you agree. You do not have the ultimate say. Like one no over trumps a yes, but to have yourself heard. And all right, no, I respect where you're at.
And I would use the NAP, which is I wouldn't do anything through force or coercion, right? Like saying, hey, I'll give you the money as long as you do X, Y, Z, right? So I live by the NAP, which is the non-aggression principle. So I would not do anything through force or coercion. However, I would still have an opinion.
Mm-hmm. And real quick, also to M Foxy in the comments there, saying, "What about a woman's life in danger?" Even though I was referring to what my personal cutoff on this situation would be around 20 to 24, of course I would have exceptions reach beyond that when it comes to life in danger and such. It happens more often than I would not more often than not, but then people think about miscarriages and things like that, and like a lot of things can just go wrong with what starts as a healthy pregnancy. Lucy,
Well, that would
welcome to the
fall
family.
under
Sorry,
that
go
that
ahead.
would fall under no. So this is why I think everybody should live by the non-aggression principle, because actually a medical emergency would fall under self-defense. So as long as you're acting within self-defense, it would be an appropriate action.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. We do our best to lessen harm. And then if there's harm on both ends, we have to weigh it out. And then, yeah. You don't have rights if you are a citizen of a state. Oh, is that Martin going on still about that? I don't know.
That's just weird.
I don't know if I should dive into that. Here, you know what? Let's get a multi. Oh, he's actually in the guest request. Barley, I'm also going to let you up. We're gonna try something new here. We're gonna have a panel come up. So, but in the meantime, guys, everybody tap your screens if you enjoy what's happening. Welcome to Positively Diverse. Please hit that follow up in the corner if you haven't already, and get notifications when we go live, guys. All right, so okay, Pikachu's here and everything. Lucy, welcome to the family. I'm gonna go one by one here, real quick, guys, but also giving everybody their time. Sally, welcome to the family. Martin, I know you want to go into making the case about states and their rights, or not having them in there, or citizens not having them in there. So, Barley, real quick, go ahead and let me know what you came up for. Is it a question, compliment, or debate and kind of a thing? Or what would you like to come up and talk about? Just kind of give me a quick little blurb and we'll start digging into it from there.
Yeah, I just one really quick question about your stance on healthcare. I'd love to comment, but
On healthcare, okay, yeah.
The one thing, because I was I've been really kind of absent about the whole the sides of that. So I guess my question is, how does this is not out of arguing against, but more of just understanding how that would operate when if healthcare is an underlying right. How do you balance the tables with somebody who with people obviously making decisions that further greatly detriment their health, and then those compared to somebody who is a health freak.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm
Like
not
footing
saying
the
that
bill
it's
for
even, but,
people. Like, how do I feel about footing the bill for people who are being kind of like flagrantly ill towards their health?
yeah, and I guess just for the sake of the argument, just looking at the the absolute extremes of both. Somebody who is a health freak who is doing everything they possibly can, and hasn't ran into a health issue their whole life, versus somebody who chain smokes every day and drinks like a fish, stuff like that. Like, is there any
Okay.
kind of would there be some kind of incentive system to not good behavior? But I understand there are also a genetics level of things. And there's
I hear you
there's health
100%.
things.
You know what? What kind of comes across to mind is still just the right to live life the way you want to live it. If people want to be unhealthy about it, they have the right to put whatever they want in their body and ingest. And when it comes to this health payer system that I feel like that we could easily put into and have spread out amongst us, could be abundant. Like, we're fucking America. We got a shit ton of money. If we could find a way to fund that properly. And I feel like even if it would cover them and they are being flagrant in their own health, I don't think we would be what is it, hurting from it in a sense. We shouldn't be able to feel a difference of being able to support those who need health.
Host, could I opt out of the system?
You opt out of the system? Here, that's a thought.
Yeah. So let's say I didn't want to
you know what?
participate.
I think that would be a great, yeah. I would like to think that whatever is in place would cover everything more than enough and be affordable more than enough to have any kind of rival or what is it in the market, competition in said market. I would like it to be taken care of so well that it wouldn't be, but I also believe in the right of choice.
Now, would that reflect in a reduction of taxes owed at the end of the year or contributions to the system if you're opting out?
I would say so, because yeah, I would say anyone that puts into the system is the ones that benefit from it. I've also kind of half thought about certain situations of opting out of certain taxes, but I feel like certain taxes shouldn't be opted out of. Like, say you don't have kids, so you feel like you don't have any kind of pressure to put taxes towards schooling systems and things like that. But when you go into the details of it, anything that helps out the infrastructure and people on on their streets and our communities will in turn help us with a better country.
Yeah, and I think that's important. Kind of supporting the system, that whether it's a decision or not, whether to or not to, have a child, like that's kind of up to you. I think just a little bit different when it's your decision to do something or not to do something might, result in operations or medical costs that are a high excess of what someone else might have if they decided not to do something versus like having a kid, not having a kid. I think those are systems that should be,
Yeah.
obviously
Like
kept in
like I
place to
said,
help
we're rich as fuck as a
people
country.
that
I feel like if anything, it doesn't have to be fully reliant on just a tax on people's payrolls to make this work. I believe that certain funding just through the government should help this out as well. So if there is any kind of weird fluctuations throughout where it seems like all of a sudden everybody with diabetes is fucking getting like the help they need all of a sudden or something like that, so we see an increase like
Yeah.
all of a sudden, like I feel like we'd be able to offshoot it somehow. But I definitely feel like it's something we should temper into. I believe in looking at countries around us doing things that work. We should take from, and if anything, critique around.
Okay, because I agree with that. I think, and then there's also, I think there's some level of this in the privatized sector, but also incentives for, good, not good behavior, but obviously, like if there's measurable metrics you can hit on, whether it's being healthy or taking, like, I don't know, like if there's ways that you can prove that you don't, you take good care of yourself, if you could get a credit for that. Yeah, I don't know, just trying to like level that, like it's just brainstorming
Yeah,
whether
yeah, 100%. And
the
homie
way
that
that.
just dropped out, I'm so sorry that I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to you, man. But thank you for coming up and talking. I enjoyed that. Barley, I'm gonna go ahead.
Right, that's
I'm gonna
cool.
introduce Rob here real quick, but then we're gonna jump over to Martin, and I'm gonna hear what the Casey's got. So what's up, Rob? How's it going?
Great. 53 Florida voted for Harris, and I just wanted to ask a question of the people that might be on the right in your live. What is their obsession with public restrooms? Like, why is it that they're always trying to make some restriction on who uses the restroom? I know back in the 40s or 50s, it was black people, they called them colored. Now they're like worried about whether or not they have the proper genitalia. Like, I just don't get like their obsession with it.
It's really it's weird. It truly is like, and like what their argument brings forward is all right. So now you're just advocating for people who are trans men, look like men, dressed as men, to be walking into women's restrooms now is what you're advocating for.
But see, here's the problem. Like, that are dressed as men. So I mean, I honestly, if I'm going to do my business, I do my business. I'm not going to be checking to see if the person next to me has an Adam's apple.
Yeah, no,
See what I'm
whatever.
saying?
Yeah, I'm about to say it.
Who's
I'm
in
like,
the
dude, it's
bathroom?
like kind of like the unwritten rule in a sense. When you go to the bathroom, you just fucking do your business.
Yeah, it's not a conversation. We're not going to go have a conversation and kick it. It's do your business and leave. But for some reason, the idea that there might be a man dressed as a woman in there just freaks them out.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when the right, when they were thinking of what kind of propaganda to start spewing out, it's one of the spaghettis they threw that's stuck on the wall with the not a lot of them. Like it's a small sect and everything, but it's a sect big enough to hear, and it's annoying as fuck. But yeah, man, definitely something to always kind of like ask them and see where their mind's at when that one is. But thanks for the question, Rob. But also, it's your choice if you'd like to stay up on the panel. But what I'm going to be doing now is giving Martin his chance. He was saying something in the chat about saying citizens in states do not have rights. And so I'm curious where he's going with that one.
Yeah. Thanks, host.
Yeah, of course, man.
I am from northern Minnesota. I'm American Indian from the White Earth Indian Reservation. I'm 41 years old, and a lot of my people don't vote. We abstain from voting. We don't believe in participating in that system. I hope that I still have a voice, even though I don't vote. A lot of people say, "Well, since you don't vote, you don't have a voice." But I don't believe that.
If you feel that you are still participating in conversation, helping other people with where they should put their vote instead of encouraging other people to not vote, then I would say you still have a voice.
I'm a civil rights advocate. I've always been a civil rights advocate since I was 18 years old. And I've always advocated for the Bill of Rights, our enumerated rights in the Bill of Rights. But unfortunately, I have learned that we do not have the Bill of Rights in the States. We have enumerated rights, which means that if there's a judgment that says that we have that right, then we have that right. But until there's a judgment saying that we have that right, we don't have the right. For instance, the Fifth Amendment, Clause 1, no person shall be held on a capital otherwise infamous crime without a presentation or indictment by grand jury. And that's a clearly enumerated right. But Hurtado versus California, or California versus Hurtado, is a Supreme Court ruling that says that the states do not have to follow due process as outlined by the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. They can come up with their alternative due process. So what happens in states like Minnesota, if you're being charged on a felony, which would be considered an infamous crime, any crime that carries a sentence of a year or more in prison is an infamous crime. In Minnesota, if you're charged on a felony, they will indict you on information alone. That's police reports distilled down to a affidavit of probable cause. The affidavit of probable cause is signed by your district attorney and signed by one of the police officers. And on this information, they can bring felony charges against you, and they're allowed to hold you. This is in direct violation of our Fifth Amendment, a right to a grand jury. And the reason why they are allowed to do this is because the Supreme Court has ruled that it is not an incorporated right. That we have incorporated rights and unincorporated rights. If it hasn't been incorporated by a judge ruling, we don't have the right.
Mm-hmm.
And if you
hold
go,
on.
yeah, go ahead.
I hate to be that guy. May I interrupt? What are the incorporated rights of American citizens?
Okay, we have the right to remain silent. That's the Miranda right? It's Miranda v. I can't remember. We have.
Hold on. Even past that.
You can actually Google what rights are incorporated into the states, and it'll give you a list of your rights that are incorporated. The only two rights in the Bill of Rights that have not been incorporated are your right to a grand jury and your right to a jury in civil case.
Oh,
Your right to a civil jury in civil cases over $20. Now that would be all of your child custody rulings, right? Any child custody ruling, that's a civil case with a value of more than $20.
yeah. Just say
So,
not
hold
everything
on.
deserves a jury. Yeah.
Hold on. Martin. You and I sitting here in the quote unquote given rights of the United States, you and I are going to sit here, and this is what I will say. I agree towards what you are saying, towards the civil and undoubtedly unequivocal rights of American citizens. Correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Here's my question. You and I both agree the rights that I may not have seen firsthand or witnessed firsthand are still unequivocally given to what I view as my family. Correct?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. In what manner?
Absolutely not, because we have incorporated rights. We don't have the rights as enumerated by the Bill of Rights. We absolutely do not have the rights as enumerated by the Bill of Rights. We have incorporated rights. All it would take is a simple Google search or what
wait,
is selective
we still have rights,
incorporation.
but just not
Well,
given by the Bill of Rights. Is what you're
hold
saying.
on. You're making
sorry, I
this
didn't hear you.
argument. Are you saying that I was not born in the United States of America? However,
The 10 square miles that make up Washington, D.C.
hold
Here,
on.
1 second. Let him finish it real quick, and you can adjust it right
Okay.
after.
Let me finish.
Yep.
I was not born in the United States of America. My mother may have, given me the quote unquote biological rights, and I care about the people who live in my country. However, me being born here, even though I was not given these quote unquote biological rights, they did give
understand.
other men and women these same rights, correct?
I really honestly, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following because I don't know what a biological right is.
There we
you
go. There we go. Hold on.
I mean, we have
And
to have
hold on.
clarity in our discussion
Hold
here.
on,
We can't be
hold
making
on.
up phrases and words that
No,
don't
hold
have
on.
any
What he's
meaning.
trying to
John,
say
go
is he
ahead
wants
and
to
just
hold
describe what you mean
on.
biological rights.
There we go. That's the point I'm trying to make. Correct? That's the point I'm trying to make to you.
So biological rights separate from rights given from government.
No, it's very different. And that's the problem that comes down to American, quote unquote, biological or political or economic rights. It's a very different thing. I am somebody, hold on. I am somebody who has had my biological parents not be born into this country. And yet, because of the ethnicity or race or color that I am, it's been very easy for them to earn their rights into moving and having their rights instilled into this country. That's the point I am trying to make.
I don't see. The thing is I don't understand the point because nobody in this country has rights. We have enumerated right. We have incorporated rights.
So
Those
wait,
are the
that
rights
is
we
still a
have.
right, though.
Hold on. Ahoy. Incorporated in what way?
Incorporated by a judge-made ruling.
Do you believe rights
Judicial
can only
made
be given
ruling.
by government?
Okay, so our rights we are born with. They are inalienable, they are inherent. And the government does not give rights, it recognizes that we have rights.
Yes.
And it
Martin.
protects our rights.
Martin,
It's supposed to
name.
protect.
Hold on, Martin. Name 5 of the founding fathers of the United States Constitution. Name 5 founders who would.
Go ahead, you do it. You go ahead and name
Don't
5
take this the
founders.
wrong way, but it's an irrelevant question.
Name 5 men or women. who have
Objection, Your
signed.
Honor.
Stop.
Irrelevancy.
Name 5 men or women who have signed the United States Constitution, Declaration of Independence, any form of governmental,
As
Okay,
host-
Alexander
wait, as
Hamilton,
host,
George
John, I'm gonna have to
Washington.
ask relevance.
Yeah, ask relevance. This is what it comes down to. A lot of them cannot name even who signed the biggest signature
You're John
on
Hancock.
let me finish speaking, if that's all right.
You can
Look,
continue.
hold on. Here's the point I'm trying to get across. The United States government is not one that is meant to be founded upon the principle of you need to know every man and every signatory towards our Constitution. However, if you're going to sit here and discriminate against American citizens who had not only given their lives, regardless of what time period you have lived in, they had given their lives during the American Revolution, Spanish American War, every other type of conflict signatory towards the American persecution and American execution of power and allegiance. However, if you're going to sit here and claim that type of power, you need to know this basic type of information.
And with
Look,
that basic information, hold
on.
I'm sorry, you stop talking, and then and then it completely is an opportune moment to pick up the conversation, and being told you're not done is the little across the line there.
No.
All right.
I think he's on. I think he's had too much to drink this morning. Honestly, I mean, or otherwise he's mentally impaired. But in either case, he's not offering anything to this conversation. He's just saying things.
Hold on. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I made a point that was clear and concise, and I cited the case law that states my claim.
Martin.
And I'm not.
Martin.
And I'm hold on. If you can take your time and speak, and as slow as you want, then allow me to have that same privilege, please. I'm not saying that it's right that we don't have our rights. I'm not saying that the states should be allowed to deny us our rights. I'm saying that is the case, and that is the country we live in. This is not a country formed under the Constitution. This is we have 50 states, and each state is acting as though they are their own sovereign, and this is due to California versus Hurtado. It's a Supreme Court ruling that says states can come up with their alternative methods of due process. An alternative method of due process is not due process. So therefore, no one in the United States of America is afforded due process. We are afforded alternative methods of due process. And that's the law. And that's the law that every district judge goes by, because it's a Supreme Court ruling.
Can you define due process?
Hold on, stop.
I would say due process due process is as outlined by the Constitution, Fifth Amendment, right to a grand jury, Sixth Amendment, right to an attorney. It's defined by the Bill of Rights. Our due process is defined by the Bill of Rights and the Constitution.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. Can you show us where specifically it says that due process, is the right to, et cetera, et cetera? So you're saying that a right is defined by other rights. That's not really defining it, and I don't think that it's spelled out that way, although that may be your interpretation. But I'm asking for you to define due process. Yeah, you are making
I'm
some
not making any
interpretations.
interpretations.
I don't. So you reference certain, what are they called? Amendments that don't
Case law.
clearly define due process like that.
I'm gonna be
What it
right
says
back,
is
just
there's
keep it
right
cordialized.
to such and such and such and such and such and such. So what you're saying is due process is, and then you reference other like rights that are mentioned within the amendment. That's not defining due process.
No, so due process is the process by which a person can be duly convicted of a crime, right? Due process. Okay. So
No,
as
that
a
is
part of
not
due
what.
process,
Hold
Not
on.
can I
necessarily a
finish my
crime
sentence?
either.
Can I finish
It's
my
it,
sentence, please?
no, hold on one second, my brother, because you said convicted of a crime. Due process could be you being not convicted of a crime. It's not a crime
Are you an
necessarily.
attorney?
Right after that, though, we
Are
will
you an
allow people
attorney?
to
I'm
finish
sorry.
their
No,
sentences.
I'm
All
not an
right.
attorney.
Okay, so
Hold
so then
on.
you can't appeal to
Hold
that
on. Both of
authority if
y'all.
you
Both
don't
of
have
y'all.
that
Stop
authority.
this. Stop. I am an attorney. In the state of
Oh
Georgia,
my
I
God!
am an
Fucking boot
I
this
attorney.
don't know if
motherfucker.
I'm taking John so seriously anymore.
Hmm. You probably made some pretty crazy arguments there, John. You lost
All
some
right. So
credibility.
Hold on. Let me make this argument
Are you
very
using
clear.
ChatGPT, Esquire version
No, no,
7.0?
no, no,
Okay.
no. Let me make this argument very clear. In the state of Georgia, whether you are or are not a quote unquote attorney, at the end of the day,
Can you
what
speed up your
matters.
cadence, brother?
What did you say?
Can you speed up your cadence? I'm sure you don't speak like this in the court of law,
So,
right?
so, so, hold on. What matters legally, especially in the state of Georgia, when you're speaking about legality on criminal or political prosecution, what have you, what matters at the end of the day is knowing for a sure and fact that the state government is able to prosecute you in this manner.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, if we could go back to the conversation, right? Like, so when you were saying due process, and it's not for me to cut you off. It doesn't necessitate
A response.
there to be a criminal conviction, but I was almost agreeing with you in your definition. If you can continue, I'm sorry for cutting you off there.
okay. Well, I mean, in a criminal conviction. Okay. So first off, the 13th Amendment, which we're all taught abolishes slavery, did not abolish slavery. And in fact, it codified slavery as punishment for crime. As long as the person who is being turned into a slave receives due process. So, and then the 14th Amendment goes on to explain how the states are able to turn a person into a citizen and then into a slave, right, through due process. Due process as outlined by the 14th Amendment, not due process as outlined by due process in the Constitution. The fact that a state can indict without a grand jury all by itself, you don't have to make any other arguments. Just the fact that states can prosecute without grand jury proves that our Fifth Amendment right to a grand jury is being infringed upon, and we are not receiving due process. It's a very simple argument, and it doesn't take much to understand it. But
But like you said,
and all,
grand jury indictment has not been incorporated. So is it not being infringed if it's just that?
no, it is being infringed
No,
because it was not.
hold on. I'm sorry. No, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to cut you guys off. But I want to also like the context of what you're saying and what this leads to. So a traffic infraction, we need a grand jury.
No, only on
Yeah. Hold on. Why no? Why no? Why
infamous.
no?
Okay, we do need a jury. We get a jury on traffic infraction because Article
we don't.
7. Listen. Article 7 of the Bill of Rights says that any civil cases of $20 or more, you shall be afforded a jury. Right? That's the 7th Amendment. We're not allowed a jury in any civil cases $20 or more. So there's further proof that we are not afforded the rights as enumerated by the Bill of Rights in the Constitution.
That's great.
It's the same.
I
Like there's
understand the case that you're
stipulations.
making. Hold on. No, I understand. Right? Now, pragmatically speaking, before we entertain this, because everything after this is about to be like maybe hypothetical, et cetera, right? So,
Right.
even the host there, do you now, all right, and just walk with me here. If we take on his position and adopt it, that what he's saying is correct, because there are nuances that we're not taking into consideration, but let's dwell outside of that. Should we now require a grand jury for everybody that is speeding? You need a grand jury to come in. It's
No.
good. Yeah, isn't it convoluted and ridiculous?
Yeah.
No.
So
No.
so when
Can
you
I
frame up
explain it?
your
Can I
argument,
explain it,
hold on,
please?
stop.
You have to read the Fifth Amendment
Give me one
first.
second. Give
Read
me 1
it.
second.
Yeah, just
Give
go
me
ahead and
one
finish your
second,
sentence,
because
and then you jump
referenced
right in, bro.
you referenced the Seventh Amendment, and then you said even anything over $20. So you can't backtrack. You got to be careful about what you say in an argument, my brother. You've
No, I'm
already
not backtracking. Can I
okay.
explain
So
my
you said
argument?
anything over $20,
You're
and then you
putting
said
words
that
into
this
my
is
One
proof.
mouth.
second. Well, no, don't
Hold
worry,
on,
bro. You're
hold
about
on. Am
got the
I?
moment to set it straight here in just a moment. Di, go ahead and finish your
Am
sentence,
I
brother.
putting words in your mouth? Okay, look, this is where you're kind of, because if you just let me finish, right, you may have probably never even said that $20 thing. But now that you've said it, your standard is that anything over $20, even civil cases, whatever, requires a grand jury. And you
Not a
admit
grand
it by
jury.
saying that we're all, what? Okay, all right, go ahead.
Requires
Now's your
a
opportunity to
jury.
backtrack.
A
Okay,
jury. Okay, so
yeah,
it's actually written in plain language, in plain English, in the
yeah,
Constitution, and I will
that's
read
great.
it exactly. I'll read it verbatim to you,
Yeah.
so that the confusion is gone. Please let me just take a second to
There is no confusion.
And then real
There is no
quick,
confusion.
right after.
I asked the host, right? I said pragmatically, should we now require a jury? Earlier you said grand
No,
jury. Should
and
we even
even
require
Martin
a
agreed that
jury,
not every
right,
case
for
needs
any
one.
speeding infraction?
yes, we should
Yeah.
require a jury for any speeding
Now
infraction.
you understand his
Absolutely
position,
Marty,
right?
yes.
welcome to the family.
You understand his
What?
position now,
What
right?
kind of fucking question is that?
Here,
No, no,
My
real
my
quick,
but
guys.
position.
A
Real
jury
fast
this
though,
for
is
I'm
what
gonna
we're
have to
dealing
do
with
this.
speeding?
when
Sorry,
you get
one second.
ideologies.
Yeah, real quick,
Okay.
I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna jump right back to you, Martin. But I've had keep it moist right here, chilling so like patiently, and so I'm just gonna give him a little introduction into the room. But right after that, I'm gonna bring it right back to you. But I'm gonna ask quick, keep it moist. You know what he came up for, thus, and then we'll get right back into it. What's up, man? How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. I'm Canadian.
Can,
But you know, the act made by Trump was "Make America Great Again," and Canada's part of the region of America. So is Mexico, and we want all of our
Yeah.
countries to be great again. And that's why I just don't understand. You know, who would not. I see. We got to make sure. You know, he doesn't.
I hear what you're saying.
You
You're
know,
taking the slogan
overstep
very
his
literally, is what you're
boundaries.
doing.
Pardon?
I,
Yeah,
yeah,
we
I
don't
think
want
Canada needs more liberal democracy over there.
to. No, we don't need more liberals.
Yeah, I
More countries
I don't
driving us
think in
nuts.
Trump's mind he's focused on a better the stock market and just all that stuff for both Canada and Mexico. Like it's
The stock market only helps 6% of the population, so
yeah,
it
yeah,
makes
and on
sense.
top of that, yeah. But I don't really think he's caring about like I said. I think you're just taking the slogan a little too literally. I don't think he
Well,
gives
I
a
look
shit.
at the bigger picture because I'm an outsider and I'm looking in. And I'm telling you that right now it looks like foreign subversion. And if it's not foreign subversion, then it could be from the inside, citizens themselves subverting. You know what subversion is, right? They're opposing the will of our people and
What about
empowering
immigration in
our
Canada?
authorities from acting and doing the will of the people.
What about immigration in Canada?
Pardon?
Here,
Do
I'm
you
gonna give
guys
this
need
one more
more
minute real quick, but we're
immigrants?
I'm gonna have Martin touch on what he was touching on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what
Why do you
was
ask?
Justin Trudeau saying about the immigrants in Canada?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, what
Bro,
wasn't
you're the
he
one in
discussing
Canada.
I only started paying attention to politics recently, like the last few months.
Heard. All right. So real quick,
Okay.
also welcome Whitey, and then also welcome Tennis Love.
What's that?
Gonna go ahead and just ask what you came on it for. Was it a debate, a question, or a compliment? And then, but right after that, we're gonna try to do this all within 2 minutes here, and right back to Martin.
Oh, hey, thanks for having me up.
Most definitely. Thanks
I
for finding us.
Yeah, I was interested because I'm an attorney in New York, and I just wanted to, like, I heard you talking about grand juries and felonies and things like that, and I thought maybe I might
Oh,
add to the
I would say
conversation, but I don't know if you're
100%.
still.
No, I'm glad
What
to
kind
have
of
you
an
here.
Anyway, that's why I came up.
Also, Linda, I'm gonna go ahead and throw you a follow. Would love to have an attorney in our corner over here to address anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
that
your
does help.
specialty,
Yeah,
tennis?
I do civil rights. I've been practicing for decades, products liability, medical malpractice, civil rights, and some commercial litigation. But that to me is a yawn.
All right.
So I don't know if we want to go even
Yeah,
back
tennis.
to
What do you feel about
what we were
Fauci
speaking
with the
about.
medical malpractice?
I'm sorry.
How do you feel about Fauci with his medical malpractice?
Well, that's a very loaded statement.
I was about to say you
question.
would have to address what malpractice.
I
Like, what
I
about the
don't think that
ivermectin claims?
I'm sorry, White. What did you say?
Like the claims that ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer and that it was like or it would harm people if ingested or taken.
I think that was his opinion, but I don't actually, I'm not going to profess to know a lot of his opinion on ivermectin, but I have to say that the man was in a very, very high position for many administrations. I thought that he was first of all, the practice of medicine, it's a practice, okay? So sometimes doctors get things wrong, lawyers get things wrong, they get things right a lot. I think he was very trusted in what he, throughout many administrations.
After
So
what he did
may I
with
finish?
AIDS,
I'll
I don't
land
know
my
how he
plane.
was very trusted. That
One
makes
second,
sorry,
brother.
White.
Just one at a time.
sense.
So you got to let her finish and
You're a
just
lawyer.
hold on to what you're going to address.
This is something that you
No,
should recognize
okay,
as
Whitey.
malpractice.
No, maybe she's answering from her opinion, and this isn't legal from a legal basis.
What he
Doesn't
did,
seem
he
so.
should be in jail for the rest
Yeah.
of his life.
It's a really weird
May
thing
I
to
just
hold
finish
somebody
my
in jail
opinion?
for, but let her go ahead
Yeah,
and finish.
yeah. This is not a legal opinion, by the way. It seems like Whitey.
No, it's not a legal opinion.
Yeah,
But
it's far from
Absolutely
it.
it is.
But the reason
but
why Whitey maybe is
boy.
giving you some
It's not an
contention is
opinion.
because
It's
you
really
guys,
presented,
objective.
but you presented
It's
yourself
objective
that like
reality.
you would give
We're,
like
we're
a
all
legal
aware it's an
opinion.
opinion.
It's not a
and we're going to hear
subjective
the rest of it now.
It's not my perception. This is what actually happened in
All right.
reality.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna give the
I'm
heads
not
up, guys.
saying
I don't want to
your
start doing the whole
perception,
mute
Whitey.
thing, but it looks like I got my moderator somewhere in the chat because I did not click that, unless you clicked it yourself. All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm going to land my plane soon. I can land my plane, host, if you want me to.
No,
I'll just say this.
100%. You go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Okay, I won't be long. First of all, I don't see that anybody, who knows what Trump would do, but I don't see anybody having sued him for malpractice. I don't see him having been brought up on any charges, certainly
He
from
was
a criminal
pardoned.
standpoint.
He was pardoned.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Yeah,
I'll just
you
get
got it.
down.
You're
I'll
like
come
living
down
in
from
a
the hill.
different
One
universe than
second.
us.
I really appreciate her.
Yeah,
being
come
up
on,
here
you're an
with her
attorney and you don't know
information.
these things?
You're very hyperbolic. Calm down. Attorneys don't know everything. I certainly don't know everything. I think you need to understand about what people do when they take the bar exam or
I
they take.
apologize I asked you the question if you're unfamiliar with the topic.
Well,
Just save the questions for
I
after she's
I
done talking.
I may put my opinion in here. He hasn't been charged with anything. Nobody has sued him for malpractice. I think
Pardoned.
I think he is done. I think he gave all of his expertise in the situation. I think a lot of people benefited from it, and I'll leave it at that.
It's completely intellectually dishonest and I think the only thing that he benefited from was the lobbyists and big pharma.
Cool. Would you
I think
bring
the general
forth what
populace and the
malpractice?
small
What
businesses
malpractice?
all
Whitey,
across New York
what
suffered
is your
greatly.
malpractice that you think should be brought forward? Was it just the ivermectin was your case?
No, there's a multitude of things.
All right, then name the second one.
From the ventilators that people were put on, harming people, the forcing vaccines without proper clinical trials on the general populace.
There was definitely clinical
incentivizing
trials. I
vaccines.
don't know why you would say there were no clinical trials on when it was
Yeah,
open to
because
the
clinical
public.
trials take 4 to 5 years to roll out, and
Unless they're fast tracked.
of course they were fast tracked.
Yes, if they were in the back of the line, it would take years to do, but it was fast tracked. That was Operation Warp Speed brought to you by Trump.
Yeah, of course. So why would you mandate that across the general populace
Because
if
people
you know
were
it's
dying
fast
from
tracked?
it.
Yeah. Exactly, it's intellectually dishonest. You're going to claim
I
that
didn't hear a
people
rebuttal. I
are
just heard
dying from
intellectually
COVID.
dishonest.
How many
That's not a
people
rebuttal.
actually died from COVID? Do we know the numbers?
Let's see how many.
Over 1 million people in the United States were lost. Compared to other countries, we lost so many more.
Yeah, I also find those numbers to be
Because
skewed.
other people practiced good and saved.
1.1 million,
I'll finish.
almost 1.2.
And I
1.2.
and you know what? I don't believe those.
Once I can go ahead and finish.
Okay, it doesn't fit into your narrative, apparently.
Yeah, I remember sitting in a hospital and in Tampa General after I got hit in a car accident, and the news is claiming that the hospital is filled with COVID patients. I'm looking around, there's no one in the hospital.
I'm sorry. Did
I'm
you
from
just
New
really?
York, and I
One
wanna
second.
tell you-
1 second. Let me address
Yeah.
that real quick. Did you really just take the whole country as a whole and
Well, just like
lined it up with your one waiting room and just
well,
said
the
this doesn't make
narrative
sense?
was the whole narrative about COVID. I think I was diagnosed with COVID on like maybe 3 different times without any symptoms. My mom gets vaccinated. She does clinical trials for a living. She works in healthcare. She's a
Oh,
Democrat.
she's bound to get
She's
COVID
still
then.
she still can't smell. She still can't smell or taste. It's been 4 years
Damn! Imagine
since
if she
she's
didn't
gotten
get
vaccinated.
imagine if she didn't get
Well, it was from the
vaccine.
That's what caused her. She still can't smell or taste,
I
and
got
that's
like
from the
8 of the
vaccine.
I got like 7 of the vaccines, and I did very well with them,
4.
but
It's insane.
so did many people. By the way, it was a worldwide pandemic before it came to New York, which is where I'm from, where people were lined up outside hospitals in the metropolitan area. They were lined up sick. This came over from Italy, and people in Florence, Italy, northern Italy, were dropping like flies.
Oh yeah,
Is
straight up in
that?
the streets.
Yeah, it's just not true at all. See, this is like all
No,
Why would they
propaganda.
make
it's
that up in
factually true,
Italy?
dude. These things are
I don't know
backed up.
any single person that died from COVID.
Oh
And
my God,
I
there
know
you
a
go
plethora
again,
of
dude. You looked
people.
at your
I
one
know
waiting
thousands of
room and
people.
said this doesn't make sense. Like you realize the
I should,
fallacy in that, right?
if 1 million people died and
You
I know
realize the
thousands of
fallacy
people,
in
then
that,
I should
right?
know at least 4 or 5 people that died from COVID, at least.
You could say that and say the person's a literal a
Just
shut-in,
based
and
off
you're
of
and the
ratios.
shut-in's like,
Based
hey,
off
this
of
doesn't
like
make sense.
geographic ratios.
I'm bound to know
Can you stop talking
somebody.
over him?
Yeah. Does anyone in this chat know anyone that's died from COVID?
I
Yeah,
do.
like there was 2 people in a church.
What?
I know my husband, it does for as a
What,
hobby.
your
May
husband's
I
like
finish? No,
distant
no, 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 no,
relative?
no, no. Let me finish. Do not cut me off, please. My
Yep.
husband he's also an attorney, but he does acting on the side. So he does like these local plays. His director, very early on in the pandemic, he passed away.
Why aren't we
Right.
still wearing masks?
And why do you,
It's
I recommend
it's
also
still
to
an
read
issue.
the
If
chat
COVID's
about
still an
other
issue,
people,
and
knowing people
yeah.
who actually passed from COVID. That's down in chat.
Okay. I just find that completely disingenuous. I don't know
you
anyone
know what I
that
find
passed.
disingenuous? The constant fallacy of looking in your one waiting room or how many
Mhm.
people you know that have
Mhm.
passed and say this is a reasonable conclusion to come to after what I've looked at.
Well, it was reasonable because they were reporting on the hospital that I was sitting in.
Why do
It
you
was a
think?
direct
Why
report
do you
from,
think
from
that
the
people in
hospital.
northern Italy lied about it? Were
I,
reporting
I, I
about
think
it.
that Big
Why?
Pharma
Why
lied
would
about
they
it,
Hold on,
lie?
and they
hold on.
profited
I
greatly.
don't think that Northern
Yeah.
Italy lied, although it was, right, like mostly older individuals. So the thing is that the virus, I believe, was super contagious. That's what made it, I guess, hard to deal with more than anything. However, when he's questioning the amount of unalivements, it's actually not such a surprise for him to do that because was acute to specific, I guess, groups of the population, right? And it was mostly by age. People that were prone to sickness, which would be any sort of virus, even they would be subject to the flu in that manner, and of course, like age as well. So, I mean, I think a lot of rhetoric also push people to go to the hospital, the unknown, etc., all about this, and yeah, it led to hospitals being overran. But I don't really know why we're arguing this in
What
that
about the
manner.
ventilators?
Hey,
Would
It's
ventilators
okay
not
for
be
him
full
to.
onto this?
What
I
about
think it's okay
ventilators?
for
Can I
him to
raise
question
one
it in
more
this way.
point, Host? Can I say one thing else? What I think was astounding that I witnessed, not that I was there next to it, but throughout next to many hospitals in many cities, there were makeshift morgues where they
Yeah.
didn't have the ability to deal with the cadavers that were unalive.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
literal
remember those
truck
claims
cargoes.
that there were truckloads of dead bodies, and it was all bullshit. Like
Hey,
that's mass media manipulation, and if you can't see through that, then it's honestly concerning
Why would
that,
they
that
do
there's like
that,
a
though?
large portion of
What's
the
the
general
point of
population
that?
So,
Why?
who believe media like
hold on,
that
hold
to
on.
be
What he's
true.
I
saying
don't
is,
understand what the point of this
hold on.
conversation
What he's
is.
saying is
That's really weird.
the percentage of unalivings attributed to like C19 was not that much more when you actually take a look at it, between like who caught it, etc., and then your rate of being unalived. The rate was the same. It's just more people were able to catch it, etc. I mean,
Yeah, it was the
there's
same
I
actually
mean,
virus.
yeah,
data to
that's a
back this
great
up.
point. So if there's 365 million people in America and less than 1% of the population, or I'm sorry, and I guess the attrition rate of it, or like the death rate of it, was less than 1%. So I mean, if 365 million people got the virus and people die every single day, and someone died with COVID in their system, hospitals were profiting from marking down that patients had COVID when they died or died due to COVID.
Oh, I've
They were
had this
subsidized
debunked
by the
before
federal
already.
government.
Like I can go right back
Yeah,
into that rabbit hole for you, but that's been debunked.
yeah,
I
please.
think that is valid as well. I mean, what do you think? I mean,
But
these things are
it's not a
not
thing though.
Like
so far from the truth.
like
There was no additional
if
fundings
someone
per
if
COVID
someone had
numbers.
pneumonia, if
Hold on,
someone
wait,
had
wait, wait, wait,
pneumonia
wait.
and
Then
diabetes, and then
there was. There
died with
was
COVID in their system,
there was emergency funding to deal with even the testing. So that's why we were able to test, because we had the funding to be able to back it up. We didn't want to be like a third world nation that the reason why we couldn't was because we didn't know if you had it or not. That's kind of that's disingenuous, my brother.
So hospitals treating COVID-19 patients did receive 20% higher reimbursement plus support reimbursement
Thank you.
uninsured patients.
Yeah, 20% 's an
which is
insane margin.
Which is every hospital that had to deal with COVID, which is every hospital.
Yes.
But there's no
But
payout
that
there's no payout based on deaths. Funding was tied to treatments and case diagnostics, diagnostics, not
Yeah.
mortality.
But not death. So we're not saying
Yes,
that.
so
That's not
that
the claim. The
explains
claim
why I
is
was.
like so the simple fact that you could have been your unalive could have been attributed to a whole different factor. And remember, it's super contagious. You came to the hospital and they were able to test that you did have this. They're automatically going to be right qualified or eligible for that 20% that you referenced. And it's emergency like financing. So I mean, there's going to be no end to we could
Actually
just print more money, right?
that makes so much sense because for my employer, I had to go get tested at the hospital, and every time I got tested, I came out positive, even though I showed no symptoms and didn't feel sick at all.
Yes, sometimes you can be sick without showing symptoms. That was the worst
Yeah,
thing about
so like,
COVID is that
but
you
it
could
makes
have it
sense
without
that,
symptoms and you wouldn't
Yeah,
know.
exactly. So like, I have no symptoms. I'm not sick. I have no fever. There's
Now the
nothing
biggest
affecting
fear
my
is you
body.
passing it to
Why do
somebody
I
that
have to
wouldn't
get
be as lucky as
vaccinated?
you.
Why do I have to get vaccinated, and why do I have to hide
Because
from
the
the
next
general
person might
public?
not be as lucky as you did
No,
not
no,
have
no, no.
symptoms.
Do you ever think maybe it's just because hospitals were incentivized to mark people with COVID?
Once again,
Excuse me,
they
host.
didn't get, they
20%
did not
margin.
get
That's a
boost in
lot.
funding. They did not get boost in funding
Maybe
for
we shouldn't go
deaths on
down to
COVID.
the conspiracy theory, Whitey. But like we can acknowledge that these two things
Well,
can
it's
be
not a
true at once.
conspiracy theory
Hold
when
on, hold on.
he's
Whitey,
proving
all
my
I'm saying
point.
is two
One
things
second,
can
let
be
DIY
true at
finish.
once. So I'm actually defending some of your positions, but I also don't want us to like become like, because then we're gonna go down a rabbit hole, and I'm not sure how successful you are going to be in making your point. So
Well,
maybe
I'm
we should
successful
agree to
enough
where we
that
can agree on
yeah,
first, and then you
it's
can like go to whatever angle that.
Raj. It's just an observation. Why was I, like why I just got flagged for something? But
Misinformation. What are the chances of that?
yeah, exactly. Like
All right.
Thank
Sorry about
you.
that, man. But had to happen.
Whoa.
It's where the lines are. Real quick, I'm so sorry, guys. Let me bring some quick attention. I'm Jerry. I'm about Jerry, right? Is that what we got here? Jerry? I'm about to
Yes,
introduce
sir.
you right up here. In the meantime, guys, thank you for everyone that's out there chilling. Thank you for the 1,500 taps. I encourage everyone to continue tapping. That way we can get the conversation reached out to as many people as we can. Also, in the corner, if it still says follow up there, hit that button. You get notifications when we go live. Elko, welcome to the family. I see you just hit that follow, and I encourage everybody here and now. If you haven't done it yet, now is the time. Get your shout outs. Jade Ray, welcome to the family. Thank you. Chiro, welcome to the family. And this also goes for everybody here on the panel as well, guys. If you haven't hit that follow yet, hit that. Zoya Bean, welcome to the follow. Thank you also for the heart me up there above my head. I love it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's from you, Tennis. Thank you so much. And the Tiny Dinos. Very appreciative. All right, guys. But thank you guys for being here. Keep tapping. It's how we get our panel even bigger and more voices heard. What I like to say on this channel, it's not about winning debates. It's about gaining perspective. So everybody just be respectful of one another. And we could have these conversations flow. Josh, welcome to the family. All right, Jer, welcome, man. How old are you, and what did you come up for? Is it a debate question, or did you come here to compliment me?
Came here to compliment you, man.
Oh, shit. Oh, welcome.
28. I'm from South Carolina. I voted Harris. I know you didn't ask those specific questions, but I just felt like I should introduce myself.
Good roundabout. Yeah, all right.
But yeah, I'm a Harris voter. That last guy just really irritated me.
Oh yeah, he was going down rabbit holes. Like you just started to really realize that he's like, it's like my mental picture of him. Like at first it seemed like he had a head on his shoulders a little bit, but then all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, check out these rabbit holes I got," and I'm like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, it's just a lack of emphasis.
But you know what's important about that, right? Is that if there are things like that, and you have the general public, and I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with them, by the way. I want to keep that open enough. So keep you guys guessing, but I mean that also would be where the general public could go, right? If there are holes within an argument or something that is unclear or unknown or ambiguous, then yeah, the general population may be in agreement with
A thought
some
process
of his
like that.
positions.
Yeah.
So I want it to be like, it's fine that you get triggered, right? But then objectively speaking, like if we're able to kind of I don't know, look at it and realize that is how the general population may be thinking in their head, and that does influence maybe voting patterns or
And once again,
ideologies
like
or
I said, about what this is about also is gaining perspective. It's not just about winning a debate, but finding out how people come to their conclusions and their epistemology on things. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated violations may lead to restrictions. All right, but he was kicked right off the bat, so that better not become an issue. Sharpie chick, welcome to the family. All right, well, with that being said, what should we jump back into? So we do have, like I said, Tennis, you said you're an attorney, correct?
Yes.
So the conversation prior, right when you were jumping up, was the talks of the Bill of Rights and what is innate and passed down and such, or how certain rights are given to us or implied. Is there any kind of questions legality-wise, DI or Martin, that you feel like could be brought up in question for that?
Yeah, I would like to understand how states can violate our enumerated Fifth Amendment right to a grand jury and base their indictments on information when it's clearly enumerated in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and the Bill of Rights is our bare minimum of rights that we should be guaranteed, and that there are other rights that are not defined by the Bill of Rights, which we retain. but we don't even retain the rights that are in the Bill of Rights. So
Are you referring to something specific, like maybe immigration
no,
or
I'm specifically referring to the right to a grand jury and the right to a jury in civil cases of more than $20. Those are two rights that are enumerated in the Bill of Rights that have not been incorporated into the states and don't apply to us. We don't have those rights.
give an example of something, please,
Okay,
so we have
so
something to go off of,
yes, in
like a
Minnesota,
case.
Hurtado versus California. You can read Hurtado versus California. It clearly says that the states are allowed to use alternative means of due process. Alternative means of due process is not due process. That's quasi due process. It's appearing as due process, but not really.
When you're,
Are you an
but
attorney
hold on,
DIY or?
No, I'm not
no,
an attorney.
I'm just trying to understand like where he's coming from. Like even so, when you even reference like the Seventh Amendment, those are, I guess, civil cases that fall under federal courts, federal like district courts. So
Well,
Hurtado versus
actually,
California, that's state, isn't it?
it's a Supreme Court ruling, and actually the Sixth
Is it a
Amendment,
state?
or
Is
not
it
the
a
Sixth
state
Amendment.
or is it a federal?
It's a federal ruling. It's made by the Supreme Court. It was made Hurtado versus or California versus Hurtado. It's a ruling by the Supreme Court that says states do not have to follow due process as outlined by the Constitution, and they can come up with an alternative method of due process. And an alternative method of due process is not due process. That is quasi due process. And because there are over 700,000 people in this country currently sitting in state penitentiaries who did not receive due process, but instead received quasi due process, we have a
hold on, but hold on.
Go
So
ahead, and I got right
Hurtado
after
v.
you. I got something for you
California.
guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hurtado v. California was a case decided by the Supreme Court limiting the Fifth Amendment, and so the Seventh Amendment would not be violated there, right? So
No, the
you're
Fifth
only
Amendment.
yeah,
The
okay.
Fifth
So now we focus only on the Fifth Amendment. All right, that's a decision saying that when it comes to the states, you don't need a grand jury, but you say that we do need a grand jury.
It's
Yeah.
outlined. It's a enumerated right. It's the
Okay,
that's what I was
should
going to touch on right there.
states
Because under
should all
legality
state
wise,
laws?
I'm sorry, brother. You go ahead and finish your sentence, and then I got you.
Well, okay, go ahead. Actually,
Yeah.
it's a
All right.
leading
So,
statement ahead.
so from what I've gathered here on this end, real quick, is so yes, the Fifth Amendment does say right to a grand jury, but it says with the caveat on there, like it says since then it has been limited by the 14th Amendment, which is the Supreme Court saying it is how I was right here. Fuck off with that. The Supreme Court decided the right to a grand jury isn't fundamental due process. So it just falls out being there was just a time where the Supreme Court decided that a grand jury is not part of the given right.
For state issues. So I mean, inherently, then, like even state laws, right? They would have to follow with Supreme Court interpretation, whatever. So no laws can be outside of the realm of, I don't know, precedents set by the Supreme Court. So I guess that's what it would entail, right, Martin? So like no more special provisions associated with like
right.
pew pew controls, right? So
That's
like if you want your cake and eat it too, I
Yeah.
guess. But
I would like all of our rights in the Bill of Rights. That's what I would like.
100%.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
like
So
this is like
so you would not like, hold on, you would
Yeah.
not like for the state to make separate laws associated with like pew pews.
Right, exactly.
yeah, it's
They
more
they
like there's
should
no
not be.
need. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I you know, this is where I have an issue with the states where they try to have it their own way when it comes to specific rights in the Constitution. They like to say, well, we can try to modify it and give a quasi version of this. It's like, no, it's like I feel like every state needs to abide by, and this is just my opinion, so you know, but every state should just abide by the rules of the federal Constitution.
Well,
Okay,
But
can I
basically
say
like
something?
no more medical
Yeah.
marijuana, right? I guess. No, none of that, right? Everything has to be federally, right?
Wow.
So none of that,
I guess I
right,
didn't
Jerry?
come up for a reason.
No, tennis. I'm about to let you
I'd
jump
like
in,
to
Right,
Rico.
hear
I
it,
was
Martin?
waiting
Tennis.
for
Right,
Ti
right,
to
I'd like
finish
to
guys?
his
hear it.
Well,
sentence.
okay, so I mean,
Okay, what?
so
Jerry, go ahead and finish what question you
I
have,
just
but
think the
tennis has
most
something to say.
basic. Yeah, I just think the most basic. Like, I didn't mean like all of it. I just meant like
Oh, this is what I mean. So when you set a
what?
standard, and Martin might have that position, but we also have to think about, and this is why, like precedents and laws, and from a legal perspective, these things really do matter because we're talking about all of the ramifications of that. Earlier, we were talking about,
Yeah.
well, do you think that you need a jury now for, I don't know, speeding or
Yes.
crossing a red light or something like that? And he held that
Yes.
position. So he's holding his standard, he's being consistent. But Jerry, now you're no longer consistent. Now you're saying some.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I spoke too quickly, so I apologize.
All right.
But
So,
um,
but with that said, real
I
quick,
think
tennis had something to say. Let her get to it before she, don't want the thought to escape.
yeah.
Well,
So
there's a lot of tension between the state governments and the federal government. And, a lot of states have, they use them for felony, Capital One cases. It's something that's been, grand juries have been they become very cumbersome and expensive is what happens in many states.
That's exactly the point of a grand jury, is so that prosecuting attorney can't just an overzealous prosecuting attorney can't just start prosecuting people on
I understand
felony
what you're
charges
saying. I
without
understand
due
what you're saying,
process.
but and I'm just speaking from a purely, academic, point of view. A lot of states use preliminary hearings. They have probable cause hearings. Many criminal defendants waive their grand jury rights. It's very state specific. And that's and until somebody I think I'm getting an echo. Until like for example in Hurtado, if somebody were to challenge a state's not having a grand jury proceeding on a case of felony, it certainly doesn't happen in misdemeanors. That I'm going to tell you right now. Your misdemeanor, you would be the highest maximum prison sentence could be a year on a misdemeanor. They're not going to have grand juries on misdemeanors. They would be on felony.
But
But let me just finish. I'll land my plane.
I'd like
Because
to have a
I'll lose my
conversation
train of thought. I'll lose my
with
train of
you.
thought. So
Yeah.
if I could just finish, I'm not going to be long. So with felony, what happens is if you want the United States to have just one, Bill of Rights, all states have their own bills of rights. Okay. So what happens is if somebody challenges a state's provision for grand jury proceedings, it can be challenged to the Supreme Court as being unconstitutional. Okay. And thereby the Supreme Court would rule on whether or not that state was violating the US Constitution in its application of the state's own grand jury provisions. Does that make sense? So all these laws can be challenged up to the Supreme Court.
Right.
For
If you have the right
constitutionality.
attorney. If you have the right attorney, and a lot of attorneys don't like to take on a constitutional argument because they fear they will be fear of disbarment because
What?
they're not following.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
about that, but it is
My
very
attorney,
costly.
my
What?
attorney, my attorney is
Disbarment for challenging a law?
exactly
I
because
don't think that they
because
could do that.
No,
That would be
that doesn't
against
happen. You
No,
can
like
challenge.
well then why
You can
why
make any argument you want.
why they wouldn't? Because it's
okay
burdensome, isn't it? I would
so
say,
how,
like, why would I
why
take that on?
so I'm currently facing felony charges in the state of Minnesota with no grand jury. I would like a grand jury. If they're going to indict me on this felony charge, I want a grand jury to at least look at it. I don't care if they say that a ham sandwich can be indicted by a grand jury, because without a grand jury they indict you without anything, right? It's just they just sign their paper and
To
then you're
get a
indicted.
jury trial.
Yeah, just any
To
jury.
get a
Have
jury
it-
trial.
We get a jury trial.
Right. But I want
They
grand
have
jury.
to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed that crime.
Right, that's in the jury trial. That's in the jury part of it. But the grand jury is before indictment. The grand jury is when the grand jury is brought the evidence against you, and they look at the evidence along with the prosecuting attorney, and you are supposed to be able to be there to cross-examine the witnesses as defendant, and that's probably or that's
Grand
due
juries,
process.
grand juries
realize-
are
hold
held
on.
in secret. Grand
But
juries,
you-
you don't have the
Okay.
right, you as the
If-
defendant, excuse me, you as the defendant do not have the right to cross-examine the witnesses in a grand jury.
Then it's not a grand jury, then it's a quasi grand jury. Then it's indictment on information that looks as though it is a grand jury, but is not really a grand jury. Because if it was a true grand jury, you would be allowed to cross-examine witnesses, and you would be allowed to make a case as to why the charges should not be brought in a true grand jury.
Well, I just wanted
Why
to say,
didn't Donald
you are
Trump,
talking
why
for
didn't
a friend.
Donald Trump cross-examine his grand jury in Florida on the secret documents case? What you're saying is factually incorrect.
Because the states are acting as though they are sovereign, and they are writing their own legislation that is contrary to the Constitution, which is sedition, which is them acting as though they are a confederacy and not a constitutional republic. And it's really a constitutional crisis that we've had in this country for over 140 years. They have not been following the Constitution. It's a big problem. And in fact, it's been happening since the inception of this country, because until the 14th Amendment, the states
Have you
were
read
not
the 10th Amendment?
all rights not outlined by the Constitution are then belong to the states and the people of the states, correct?
States may write their own constitutions, right? You understand?
Right, as long as they are not in conflict with the United States Constitution.
Here, real quick.
Correct.
If you're facing a felony and your freedom's on the line, you want a trial jury, not a grand jury.
You want a grand jury and a trial jury. That's two different types, two types of juries. The grand jury comes before your indictment, before charges are even brought against you. The jury of your peers comes after indictment, when you're and then so the burden of proof, or the burden on the jury in a grand jury, is not without reasonable doubt. You can have there can be reasonable doubt in a grand jury, and they can still indict.
So if it's a
But
grand jury,
in
you don't get to be there. Prosecutor has total
Both.
control. It's not a fair fight, and they'll usually indict. Hence the old joke: if you can indict the ham sandwich, all right?
Right, exactly. But
If you are
without
being
without a
charged,
grand
you
jury,
want a trial jury. If you're being investigated, you want a grand jury.
so before you are charged, you have the right to a grand jury. It's
You
a
might have the
check
right to it,
on.
but it might not be the right option.
It is always the right. It is always the right option.
But it's not a federal prosecution.
The argument that it's not the right that it's unfair is a mute argument, because it bases its argument on the fact that a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. Okay, so that's the reason why a grand jury is not fair. But when in fact, without a grand jury, they don't even have to ask; they just indict. So that's even less fair, right? Because they don't even have to have a grand jury.
Yeah, grand jury, no defense, no rebuttal, just the prosecutor pitching the case.
Right. And if there isn't a grand jury, it's just a prosecutor's signature.
Yeah. So if anything, you want all right, but you said both for some reason. But I think a trial jury is all you would need to. In such a,
No. You don't. That's not all you need, because you need that protection before indictment as well, because that's an enumerated right in the Constitution. We need the right to grand jury to put a check on overzealous prosecution, which happens all around this country on a regular basis. In fact, and the thing is that judges were formerly prosecuting attorneys in most cases, and therefore they are also guilty of deprivation of rights under the color of law. So that's why your district
That's
judges.
just factually incorrect.
Are
What
you a
just
sovereign
said.
citizen, bro? Like,
No, there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. If you're sovereign, you don't answer to anybody. If you're a citizen, you answer to the state. So the idea of a sovereign citizen is an oxymoron, and
well,
nobody
no,
should ever use that term.
it's specifically it's specific. It's not. Jesus.
It's
a
an oxymoron.
specific definition.
Tennis
I'm
is
about to
sovereign
say,
citizen.
it is a definition. It is a well like documented thing of like we all are aware of. If you say sovereign citizen, we are aware of what they are about. No matter how much of an oxymoron it may seem, there are those people. Real quick,
Right, I'm definitely
Tennis
not a
Love,
sovereign citizen.
Was rebutting something you said as factually not true. I'm curious if she'd like to say what was not true and be
Yeah,
the
I mean,
specifics.
yeah, the fact that you're asserting that, I mean, I know you feel strongly, okay, about the need for a grand jury, and I don't want to cast any shade on you for feeling that way. I disagree. I think that, I think probable cause does away with the need to have to, and I think it's burdensome on many systems to have to do a grand jury. And honestly, a lot of grand juries are held in secret in order to see if there's sufficient evidence to go through with a felony indictment. As in I mean, point up the obvious cases. Donald Trump, there were grand jury proceedings. But with respect to what you said about a great proportion of judges being former prosecutors, that's just factually incorrect. They may be attorneys, but they're not prosecutors. In fact, very few attorneys in the United States are prosecutors.
Okay, so but in the case where somebody's being charged with a felony without a grand jury, anyone who is involved in the prosecution or anybody who is involved in the court action, whether they be on the defendant side or the prosecution side, is guilty of deprivation of rights under the color of law. And everyone who is in that courtroom besides the defendant is a bar associate attorney. That means they are all they are all part of the same group, and they are colluding against the defendant to have him prosecuted on felony charges without the right of a grand jury, which is an enumerated right by the Constitution. Therefore, everyone involved in that court case, minus the defendant, is guilty of deprivation of rights under the color of law. And in fact, they are guilty of conspiracy to deprive rights under the color of law.
But that's why you have a grand jury. You have citizens deciding whether or not.
Exactly.
Wait, may I finish? Whether people are on the level whether the prosecution is on the level with respect to the proofs that he or she is asserting. That's why grand juries are there. I know that. I know people who've sat on grand juries. They have to sit in New York. You have to sit on a grand jury for like 12 weeks. And you have to listen to many cases and decide whether there is sufficient facts enough for the prosecution to go forward with the case. That's why you have actual citizens that are not in cahoots.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, they are not in cahoots, but you're sitting here
I
saying
understand that
everybody in the courtroom's in cahoots. That's just that's factually incorrect.
Tennis, in the case where there is no grand jury and there is a felony indictment, then there is collusion.
No, that's why you have, excuse me, that's why if you don't have a grand jury proceeding, you have an attorney, you have a right to an attorney, and they have to have probable cause under the Fourth Amendment to indict you. If there's insufficient probable cause, then it's going to be dismissed.
And who decides on that? Who decides whether or not there's sufficient probable cause?
The judge.
No, the grand jury does.
No, in a preliminary
there can be
hearing, I
One
just
second,
got
this is the
through
attorney
saying,
talking. Like we got to take this in.
I just got through saying that under the Constitution, there must be probable cause to bring an action for somebody against somebody's freedom. Okay, and so if you are apprehended for a crime, you have an arraignment. You have an arraignment, and you have the right to an attorney. Your attorney
okay, is going to protect your rights. He or she is going to say, look, there's not probable cause to go forward with this crime. Okay, so your attorney is the one who's going to have your back.
And
So
a
you're
bar
saying
a
that
bar
that is
attorney.
how those things, that's how it's vitiated. That's how grand juries, the need for a grand jury on a speeding violation is vitiated in this country. It's called
There is no
probable
need
cause.
for
It's called probable cause hearings. It's called an arraignment. Okay, and you have a right to counsel who will defend you.
right. That's due to the Sixth Amendment. The right
Yes.
to counsel is due to the
Yes, the
Sixth Amendment.
Sixth Amendment, Gideon versus Wainwright. That was the landmark Supreme Court case. Yes.
That incorporated the Sixth Amendment right, where Hurtado unincorporates the right to a grand jury. We don't have the right to a grand jury due to Hurtado, and therefore we don't have the right to due process because a grand jury is a aspect of due process. In order for there to be a felony charge, or actually it's any infamous crime, which means any crime that is punishable by a year or more. So that means even felonies that have a punishment, maximum punishment of a year in jail, that would be a infamous crime. That's already been decided by the Supreme Court. What an infamous crime is, it's been defined. So anytime you are being indicted without a grand jury, you are not receiving due process, and you are not receiving your constitutional right to a grand jury. And if the proceedings are, if the court proceedings are a bar associate judge, a bar associate prosecuting attorney, and a bar associate defense attorney, and they don't argue that you deserve a grand jury, then that is deprivation of rights. That is conspiracy to deprive rights under the color of law. And that it's as simple as that. There's no other argument to it. It's simple English, and it's in the Constitution. And the mental gymnastics that it takes to say that citizens are not due their rights as enumerated by the Fifth Amendment or the Bill of Rights. That's some serious mental gymnastics to claim somehow that we don't have rights that are enumerated by the Bill of Rights.
Haven't we already gone
really
over
quick,
how the
host,
14th
I have
Amendment?
to.
One second. Didn't we already go over
Oh,
how the
sorry.
14th
I'm sorry.
Amendment has been implemented since then? Saying how they looked it over since then, saying it is not scoped to a full right of a grand jury. It's been limited.
Okay, so what the 14th Amendment says that everybody is afforded due process. Now, due process, as defined in the Fourth Amendment, isn't due process as defined by Article
Hey,
1.
Martin, can I interrupt you for a quick second? Guys, I have to jump. Are you going to be here in a half an hour? Because I'd love to come back up and debate this point, but I have to take a call.
Yeah, 100%.
How long are you gonna be
We'll
up?
be back. I think there's a good chance we'll still be around and everything. And if you'd like to bring it back up,
All
we
right,
can.
I'll check back in. I really appreciate it.
Right
do you
on.
want to
Thanks,
drop me?
Dennis.
I'll come back. Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you want to drop me, and I'll definitely come back.
Gotcha.
I'll, in about a half an hour.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
Thanks. Okay, you bet.
See, the thing is when you have bar associate attorneys arguing, they are a part of that system. They are a part of the conspiracy. So whatever they say, you have to take with a grain of salt because they were taught that in law school. Now they don't teach them in law school about Hurtado. They don't teach people in law school about the 10th Amendment. They teach people in law school about the 10th Amendment. They teach people in law school.
Yeah, I was just
that there are incorporated rights.
Well,
that
real
there are
quick, on
I
the
would
note
just,
of saying that, I say wait till she comes back to hear anything of that, unless you really think there's some kind of, one second, I'm getting a hella echo coming on. Jerry, is that you?
yeah, probably.
Maybe just jump out
I
and
do
be
have to head out
back.
though, but I appreciate you having
Oh
me
yeah,
out.
most definitely, Jerry. Thanks for coming on up, brother.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Real quick, Martin.
Yeah, I can wait.
Yeah, no problem at all. Actually, I put this timer up here because I just thought that conversation was going to go on a bit longer. But what I'm gonna do is have a timer on standby if any such situations do arise. Let's kind of shake things up. And I feel like one way I'll be able to do just that is suggesting if anybody in the comments or down below in chat would like to come on up and bring a subject up that we can talk about. Martin, you can stay on board with the panel and kind of like, put in your 2 cents about whatever somebody brings up as a subject. But I think it's about time that we kind of switch things up a bit. But
Right on, I
thank you for
appreciate
bringing
that.
up the argument on your knowledge of what the Bill of Rights is covering and not, and sharing your view on
Right.
that.
It's a constitutional crisis we've been having in this country for over 140 years, and it needs to be addressed. I am pushing my attorney to stand up for my right to a grand jury, and if we have to, I would like her to go to the Supreme Court if she's willing to. But I've explained to her why I have the right to a grand jury. In fact, there's a Virginia Law Review publication that is Hurtado and Incorporated Rights, something like that. You can look it up. It's 40 pages long. It's a law review. I just came across it while doing some research
One
about
second.
a week
My
ago.
PC just kind of dipped. 1 second. Weird. All right, you there?
Yeah, and then also, so like the Supreme Court has ruled in this recent case, Trump versus whatever it is. They say that they're saying that these district judges can't make overarching rules that are effectively acting as though they are law. Whenever a judge makes a rule, it has to be on the case at hand. Judges can't make law. That's in the Constitution. That's
all they can do is
separation of power.
Yeah.
So anytime when they are citing quote unquote case law,
Yeah, the
that would
presidents.
be precedents, right? And that's what do they call that? Stare decisis. Stare decisis is the legal term. And stare decisis is like me saying, well, my friend jumped off the bridge. I can jump off that bridge too. That's stare decisis because he did it, so shall I, right? And that's how the court systems operate. They use stare decisis. They use previous rulings as the basis for their law.
Yeah, you would have to
and they
challenge
say
the
that
ruling on that one if you want to change any ruling towards yours.
right, it's for consistency, like so that there's consistency with rulings across the board.
Which I believe in, right?
Right. I mean, that's great. But when they make laws that affect entire classes of people, or I'm sorry, when they make rulings that affect entire classes of people, that would be a ruling with the effect of law. And that would be unconstitutional, and that would be against the separation of powers. So when the Supreme Court ruled that nobody's due a grand jury, even though it says we're all guaranteed a grand jury, that's them making a law. Not only are they making a law, they're making a law that is repugnant to the Constitution. And any law made that's repugnant to the Constitution holds no duty and guarantees no rights.
Is that not so much a law about the Constitution than it is a interpretation of the Constitution?
I mean, it's kind of, it is though. You're right. You're right. It's an interpretation of the Constitution. But when the Constitution is vague, or when the law is vague, it's not the duty of the judges to clarify what the law says. Their duty is to interpret the law. If the law needs clarification, if the law needs clarification, that needs to go back to the legislative branch, and then it needs to be clarified so that judges can make rulings on a clearly defined law. The judges can't define the law or clarify the law.
Isn't that what Supreme Court honestly does, is interpret the Constitution themselves and make rulings based on their interpretation?
Right, that's what they've been doing for a long time. But
you're saying,
that doesn't.
but it shouldn't be going that route. It should be going to legislation for interpretation or critiques.
Right. If the ruling has the same effect as law, then it must go back to this is my opinion. then it must go back to the legislative branch, and the law must be clear and understandable. That's what I can't remember who, I don't remember. They just said it though. They just said it like yesterday, that all these laws that are using lawyer speak. I can't remember what the word for lawyer speak is, but all these laws that are using this foreign language that is not understandable by the general public.
Yeah. It's
Those
not exactly in layman's terms.
those laws can't be enforced because they're not understandable. So I mean, it's really messed up. And in fact, so what Trump has been doing lately is giving us all a crash course in civics, even though he himself is violating the Constitution. The Constitution has been being violated since its inception.
Okay, yeah.
So
I see what
by
you're saying.
then,
In your perspective, you're just saying it's nothing new and everything like that. We've been in crises for a minute. Would you agree, though, with him pushing the walls he is, that the constitutional crisis has just, if anything, gone from a crisis to hella out of hand?
exactly. I think that's what his point is. And I think that's what he's trying to do, is because it needs. I can't remember what the saying is, but something about it needs to get really bad before anybody will do anything. Like, as long as it's good, nobody's gonna give a fuck. Like, we'll just live our lives and not care. But when it starts affecting us,
you'll have to see rights infringed before people start really standing. It's true. Like that, we are seeing.
Yes.
Like, luckily, we are seeing a movement of people able to look down the road and see the implications these will have. But you're right. There are your average day Joes, your 35% of the country that's not even politically active.
right. So what Trump did in California is he sent in ICE to obtain 44 illegal immigrants.
Like in
44
just a
people.
number, or like 44 particular people.
44 particular people, illegal immigrants. That's why he sent in ICE into California to apprehend those 44 people, because he knew that there would be civil unrest,
Yeah.
and he knew that he would have to take control of the National Guard, and he also knew that Gavin Newsom would say,
No.
"That's my National Guard, not
Like,
your
this
National
is a perfect
Guard."
situation for him to test his boundaries.
Exactly. So that's what he and the Supreme Court, I believe, is my opinion, is what they are doing, is posturing.
Welcome, Steve.
Yeah, good. And so, like, all of these acts that he's taking that are unconstitutional, depriving people of due process, is basically saying, hey, you guys, hey, American people, due process, due process, due process. Bring up that word, due process. And then people start to look at what is due process and where does it come from, and how is our due process being
I really don't
infringed
think
upon.
he was invoking people to bring up due process as the buzzword and trying to get them hooked on something. If anything, I think they would have liked the word due process to be under the radar.
Do you? I mean, if the effect is that due process is spoken about, and because of the action, and the action is clearly the reason why we are speaking about due process, then it's obvious to me that the reason why the action was taken is to have people speak about due process.
Like, if anything, like I said, like, I think they would have rather have it go under the radar. I think this is something they didn't think that far ahead on, in the sense of, like, like, was it just like the word tariffs and everything like that? Like, he was able to play on the word tariffs, make people think that it's a good thing for, like, that won't affect us in any kind of way, and because it's a new word for so many people. But then we learned about it, and I don't think he brought up tariffs to encourage people to look in on it. He would have rather have it go under the radar, and we find out it's not good for us. Like, it's just it's more of backfire than it is anticipated.
Right.
As anticipatable as it is.
Right. So, I mean, you might be correct, and I might be correct, and there's really no way to prove either way.
Yeah, like I
but,
said, this channel is about points of views, and I like to hear how people are seeing things in their perspectives.
Right. So this recent ruling on the Second Amendment, where states can't make arbitrary rules that deny people or different classes their right to bear arms. And I think there was another Supreme Court case that said something about how parents of children have the right to determine whether their children are exposed to certain ideologies, and that was upheld, that the parents are the authority over what their children learn. And there's also other
Which I think is it's
Supreme Court
weird and
rulings.
like I think there's a conversation to have in that alone of saying how much right a parent has to say what their kid intakes and does not intake. Like it's a
Yeah.
conversation in
So,
itself.
well, I mean, that would be the idea of limited government, right? I mean, we should have limited government, and we should have a liberty, and we should have our own self-determination and this and that.
Mhm.
And that's a inalienable right, to self-determination.
Yeah, I believe that should exist also between parents and their children.
So what I believe is the posturing that's occurring is the reason why Donald Trump took control of the California National Guard as his own National Guard is because I believe, and this is a big fucking stretch, I'll admit it, but I believe that Trump realizes that all of the judges, all of the attorneys, and all of the police forces across this entire nation are an illegal criminal organization. And he can't have, so if he wants to indict these individuals on RICO, he can't indict them without a executive force, right? He can't indict police on RICO if the police are the ones who are expected to arrest themselves. So that this won't happen. So he has to take over, and this is 7D chess, right? And I mean, I don't.
You're already giving him the man too much credit saying that, but yeah.
I mean, I might be. You're absolutely right. I might be. I didn't vote for
Dude,
Trump.
this
I
is a
don't.
guy that doesn't know how magnets work, bro. Like, forget about that. When you pour water on the magnet stops working. Like that's
Right,
the
and we can
mentality.
inject
This is no
sunlight,
4D
right.
chess guy. Like
You don't know that though, because he acts
you said a
dumb.
lot of things that give me good reasonable reason to think he
But
wouldn't be.
But he acts
Unless playing
as though
stupid
he's
is part
dumb.
of the unless playing stupid is part of the chess.
He does. He plays stupid, and he says things that he knows are lies, and that's provable. You can prove that he lies. Everybody knows that Trump's a liar.
Yeah, you could look it up. Like what just how I said about the magnets. Like, what do you think that is something he said to appear stupid, or did something like? Do you think he genuinely thinks that, or does not think that?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me whether he thinks it or not.
Your whole implication is saying it would be a farce that he's making such stupid things. But
Yeah, he could be making a farce, and it's the same thing with the injecting sunlight thing. I mean, nobody believes that you can inject sunlight, right? I mean, that's just it's an impossibility. But yet he said it.
well, like things
And
like
I
that,
don't think
people can still like squirm around that about what he really meant about just he just meant trying to find something to do. I'm like, but you can take a sentence as simple as how he thinks a magnet works and just judge his intelligibility by that.
But you can also take the fact that he is the president and he is a billionaire, and you can judge his intelligence on that as well.
Like that's like saying I'm like, hey, to you, that's like what you're trying to say is because he made it there, he must have been doing something right. But you can get
Right,
there
well, he
and
must
not
have
be doing
some-
something right.
Exactly. He has to have some intelligence just to make it to that point, and he is the president, so that means he must have extreme intelligence. So that's
Well,
and I'm not
you're giving that's that right there
right.
is
I'm,
a
and I'm not
fallacy
trying
right
to
there.
defend Donald Trump.
No, 100%.
I'm
But
really
it's
not.
a fallacy to say if you hold this position, you must have the IQ. Like you it must be just inherent that you have the IQ to get yourself there, which is not the case.
Well, I mean, if you I mean, you're right. Absolutely, you're not. He doesn't. But if you look at the posturing that's been going on, and then him taking over the National Guard, and him having these rules made by force, right? Like he's forcing the Supreme Court to make rulings. That's what he's doing. That's why he is doing things that are unconstitutional, because you cannot have the Supreme Court rule on something if it's constitutional. It would just be that's constitutional. There's no ruling to be made. There's no objection to it.
Yeah,
But when
well,
you
there
do
has to
things
be an
that are
infringement to have a ruling. Yes.
right, so in order for him to get the Supreme Court to be ruling, he needs to take actions that are contrary to the
So
Constitution,
you
so
think
that
he's
somebody
fixing the framework? Like you were talking about the Bill of Rights. You're saying it's not going to become a right until we have a president action lawsuit, or not action lawsuit, but like a president to give via law. I guess it is a lawsuit or just a case. So you're saying he's pushing these walls and boundaries for them to define and make it more solidified?
Yes, that's what I believe.
If anything,
I
that
mean,
might be a positive that might come out by the end of this, but I don't think it's him doing this as his plan.
no, it's a nationalist. It's the Federalist Association. It's the Federalists who believe that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And you have statists versus federalists, and the statists believe that the states themselves are sovereign, and that the Constitution doesn't apply to them. But the federalists believe that this is a federation of states, and that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and it applies to all the states equally. And it's two different
Yeah, remember the
lines of
Constitution are
reasoning.
not laws and rules for the people. It's laws and rules for the government.
For the government, right? But the way that the statists say, the way that the statists think, they believe that the rules outlined by the Constitution apply to the federal government and not the state governments. But actually, in Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, it says all judges in all states must adhere to the Constitution. Like, that's the Supremacy Clause. So when the states say that they don't have to adhere to the Constitution, that's sedition. That's saying that they are sovereigns and they're not under this umbrella of the Constitution. They can do whatever they
So
want.
wait, is there
And in
anything
fact,
besides the non-grand jury that would make you say that it is becoming seditious?
yeah, every single treaty written with every single Indian tribe. Every single treaty written with every single Indian tribe is not upheld by the states. The states act as though those treaties don't exist. The federal government, however, does not. The federal government abides by the treaties, right? There's the reason why American Indians have the Indian Health Services is because of a treaty right that was enumerated saying that we're going to take your land, but in exchange for taking your land, we're going to give you health care. So that was a contract between Indian tribes and the federal government, and that's why we have federally operated IHS across the country. And I can go to an IHS clinic if I go to New Mexico or California or anywhere in the country as an American Indian from my reservation, because the IHS it has nothing to do with reservations. It's federal law. The federal law, the federal government abides by their agreements, and they abide by the Constitution. They afford us our due process. That's why when you get up to that Supreme Court level, the outcome most always changes, right? Because the states don't abide by the Constitution, but the federal government is bound to the Constitution, and I would say that the states have the duty to abide by the Constitution, because the Bill of Rights is our bare minimum of rights that should be guaranteed by our government, not and this Hurtado thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but what I am seeing here though is states are bound by the Constitution. It's not just federal stuff. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. States must obey it. Period.
That exactly, and that's my point. That's my point. Is that
But
the
you're saying
states
they're not in
must,
certain situations,
but they're
okay,
not.
yeah. Which
They're not in
state
a
would
lot
you
of
say
situations.
is ultimately like a top one or two infringing on the Indian reservation rights?
I don't know anything about any other states, but I know about Minnesota. We have the Treaty of 1837, which states that we retain our ability to harvest on all the lands of the state of Minnesota, or actually of our ceded territories, which goes into Wisconsin and into Michigan. We have the right to harvest. Specifically, we have the right to harvest wild rice, which grows naturally on the lakes and rivers in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, some in North Dakota and in Canada.
Oh yeah, this is fucked up. Yeah, how can they have right to their own land when they're telling them they can be prosecuted for even just growing MJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, this whole idea. So there's a maxim of law. It says that without law there can be no crime, right? So if they're not abiding by their own law, but they are charging us with crime, that's crime without law. And it's all unconstitutional, and everything that they've been doing is unconstitutional, and it's just a serious problem. And when there's a lot of Democrats and liberals or whatever that are all up in arms because immigrants aren't receiving due process, but
Well,
they're blind.
They got to remember, there's many levels to due process, is what it is. But there were certain situations where the bare minimum due process was not met.
Right, exactly. I totally agree with that, and it is something to be outraged by. But
Yeah,
we
my
should
bigger
first be
issue is U.S. actual citizens having their days fucked up by being picked up by ICE, by being just literally fucking just what is it? God damn, the word is like right there on the tongue. Visually being oh my god, you know what I'm getting at? When they assume because you're like
Right.
black or you're Mexican, you're being profiled. But yeah,
Profile,
we're
yep.
having U.S. citizens being profiled and being straight up kidnapped and being like held up to days, to the point where they're even being released. They have to be released still even on bail, and then they're going through court proceedings with their lawyer about all this, when they should just be fucking like goddamn like set right off the get go. They should just be let go, and also like instant fucking $500,000 or some shit like that. Like we've given out more for less bullshit, and here we are having ICE detain fucking U.S. citizens like multiple occasions.
I agree with that, and I have a friend of mine. She's from Red Lake. She's enrolled in Red Lake. She had a baby a couple of years ago. She had the baby at home. She did not get a birth certificate. The baby has no social security number or no birth certificate. This child has no documents at all.
Is this the one that
right?
had to represent himself in a court?
No, she's nothing happened to her
Is
so
this straight
far.
infant? Okay.
She's an infant, right? But that raises the question: if sometime down the line, when he is as he grows up, and he still doesn't have social security number, he doesn't have birth certificate, he doesn't have any documentation proving him to be a U.S. citizen, but his roots are from the Red Lake Indian Reservation. Does that mean that he's going to be deported to the Red Lake Indian Reservation? And so that's
an interesting
begs
one.
the bigger question.
Yeah, I would say everything's situational and everything should be looked at, especially if it needs further attention.
So we, as people of the United States, no one is required to have a social security number. Nobody is required to have a birth certificate or any type of documentation saying that they are a United States citizen. In fact, we are not required to be United States citizens. And the Bill of Rights isn't for United States citizens. The Bill of Rights is for all people within the jurisdiction of the United States. right? It's the Bill of Rights. It's like you said, it's there to limit the government, not the people.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
So if we're being pulled over, and then just white people are being pulled over and being charged with felons or not being charged, just asks for their identification, being forced to show their identification, that's unconstitutional. And it's like, yeah, I'm worried about my people and profiling.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about my friend's son who doesn't have any documentation, but he is American Indian. And absolutely we should be worried about them. But first we should be worried about our own due process and our own rights. And if we can't uphold our own rights, then why are we out fighting for somebody else's rights? Like, that doesn't even make any type of sense to me. Like, you don't have rights, but you're going to go fight for somebody else's rights. It's just like, what's the point of that? You can't even fight for your own rights. Why would if I'm being denied my rights and you're being denied your rights, and you say, oh, you're denying his rights, I say, go back and worry about your rights. Worry about you before you worry about my rights. Because by you allowing, I'm not saying you, but by another individual allowing their rights to be diminished and infringed upon, they are allowing my rights to be diminished and infringed upon. So if
Gant,
we're not fighting for our own rights first,
one moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I saw a Terminal Gant over here saying, hopefully we get end birthright citizenship. Only one country in Eastern Hemisphere has it. Less though. All right. And then right over here, I have another list of less though. Tanzania, Pakistan, Fiji, Kiribati, Tuvalu, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, Guinea, Paraguay, Ecuador, Bolivia, Honduras, Guatemala. I'm just saying you were off by maybe 15, Gant. All right, that's all I'm saying.
So, and then also the 14th Amendment. In the 14th Amendment, I think it's Article 2. It states excluding Indians not taxed. Indians as tribal Indians, as American Indians on this land, are excluded from the 14th Amendment, and we're not made citizens by the 14th Amendment. So that means that it doesn't apply to every person within the United States, because at minimum it doesn't apply to American Indians. That's why 40 some years later they had to write the American Indian Citizenship Act, which purported to make us citizens. But then again, even though the American Indian Citizenship Act of 1924 purported to make Indian citizens, American Indians still were not allowed to practice their religion until 1971 with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So, what's the point of being a citizen if the citizen doesn't guarantee you any rights? If being a citizen doesn't guarantee you any rights, why would you want to be a citizen?
Oh yeah. If anything, I can advocate saying that this country is nowhere near where it should be, or in its like any kind of in the right or anything like that. I completely recognize this as a country that has done fucked up shit and not really on the right side of history in many ways. But I believe that we should completely advocate to transform this country for the better, as we go.
Yeah, I think nationalism or federalism. That's what I think. Federalism is. I mean, I know we don't want a central government that has all the control, right? I understand that. We don't want a overarching government that has control over our whole entire population from coast to coast. But at bare minimum, we should be afforded the rights guaranteed by the Constitution in every single state. And I mean, that would fix a lot of things, because if we're guaranteed the rights that are enumerated by the Bill of Rights, that means that the overzealous prosecution problem that we have across the nation is gone. That means this. Okay, so like in the state of Minnesota, where 1% of our population are American Indians, but 11% of our population, 11% of our prison population are American Indians. That's a huge disparity, right? But the reason why that is the case is because the county attorneys have been allowed to prosecute felonies on information alone. So the reason why we have a prison industrial complex is because our enumerated rights are not being upheld. Also, in any civil case of $20 or more, due to the Seventh Amendment, we should be seen in front of a jury of our peers. That means any speeding ticket, any time that your children are being taken away from by CPS, any time that somebody is suing us for a monetary claim, that all should be seen before a jury of our peers. The judge should not be the person to judge the equity in the case. We have the right to have our peers judge that, not a judge. The judicial branch in this country has overstepped its authority in every way it possibly could, and this recent Supreme Court ruling saying that these judges do not have the overarching authority is a critique on the powers of the judicial branch, which, in my opinion, is a step in the right direction. It's not about the birthright citizenship. There was that part of the case they didn't even touch upon in their ruling. They just ruled that, sorry, district judges, you don't have the power to make these overarching rules. That's not within your powers as outlined by Article 3. So if we extend this out, and it's something that we're moving forward with, right? When the Constitution was first written, the states didn't have to abide by the Constitution. They didn't have to abide by the Constitution until the 14th Amendment, and then due process was imposed upon the states as well. And the idea of a slave, right? The Constitution was built on slavery and contract law. That's why they made the Constitution, because they wanted to retain their property. That was the whole point, to have courts to allow people to retain their property. And at that time, you could own property.
About
You could
that
own
was
other.
a big runner on that is just saying no one infringe on your property. Yeah.
Right. But so I mean that's great, but it was based off of slavery and 3/5 of a person rule and that whatever else. That's because there were people that were owned by other people. So I don't remember which court case it was, but they defined a corporation as having rights as a person, right? You know that, right?
Say that one sentence. I'm so sorry, man.
The corporations have rights as people.
Oh yeah, I thought that's such bullshit. What is that called? Like Citizens United?
I can't remember, but
I think it's Citizens United. Let me double check that.
So actually, it was in the 1800s they made that ruling, I believe, and then it was just upheld by Citizens United or whatever. But it's an old law.
Yeah,
and
the ruling
because
blew the doors off the limits on corporate and union spending in elections. Okay, that's what Citizens United is. Okay.
Yeah, but they based that ruling off of a prior ruling from the 1800s that ruled that corporations are people. They're not natural people, but they are a corporate person.
Which is fucking weird
and then,
as hell to think, because how can you have a say as a corporation without taking everybody under your umbrella into consideration?
Because you have to be a corporation in order to go to the courts. You have to be a corporation to go to the courts because A corporation can't
Oh, okay. I
take
see what
on
you're
a
saying.
person.
As in a people to go into court as okay, in that perspective. Okay.
So then they made the straw man, right? They made the all caps you. You understand this? It's not. I mean, yeah, okay. It's a sovereign citizen argument, whatever. Sovereign citizens are the whole sovereign citizen argument is just it's crazy, right? You can't be a sovereign
It's a
entity.
big ass stretch.
But the fact that your name is all caps on your driver's license and on any legal documents is all caps. That's representing a fictional you, a corporate you. Not this is the sovereign citizen argument, absolutely. But it's actually has its base in truth. I mean, you can't have they're not just making this shit up. Is my point. And the all caps you is a corporate you. It's not the real person that is you. And the reason why they put all caps you and bring you into court, because the all caps state can't bring a case against a person. They'd have to bring their case against another corporation that has contracts with the state. And your first contract was your birth certificate. And they put your foot on that birth certificate before your foot touches the ground. Therefore, you are indoctrinated into that corporate status upon your birth, right? And birth, like the birth of a ship, and the docking, the doctor. This is all. It's all has to do with language and etymology and contract law. The reason why they're allowed to diminish our rights inside the states is because they are diminishing they are trying the corporate you, who doesn't have the rights as defined by the Bill of Rights. You are in contract with the state that which you live in, and you are in contract with that state as property of that state. That's why when you go to prison, you're property of the state.
Yeah.
Because the 13th Amendment says that no person shall be held to involuntary servitude or slavery unless as punishment for crime.
Which is completely
Right.
We acknowledge as being in prison is legalized slavery.
Is legalized slavery,
Straight up.
right? And slavery has nothing to do with race, and the 14th Amendment has nothing to do with race. And the 14th Amendment says the children of slaves are born on this land are citizens. So that means if you gain your citizenship because your parents were property of the state. Your parents are property of the state. You are property of the state as a citizen, right? And because you're property of this state and you have children, then your children under the 14th Amendment are now property of the state as well. The 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment was the worst things that ever happened to this country. Okay, so I can't really say that because the 14th Amendment also incorporates the Bill of
Martin,
Rights.
Go ahead and give it another minute or two, but then we're going to shift gears. We're going to hear you can't, and we're going to see if we can get the subject switched up, and we're all going to contribute.
Yeah, I'm ready to switch gears. I think I've made my point pretty clear.
100.
No,
It
by
was
now.
a good conversation, man. Like I said, I like how you're able to articulate things across, man.
Right on, thank you.
Can't. What up, man? Sorry for having to mute you there. There was some background noise when you first joined. How old are you, and are you up here for a debate, question, or a compliment?
I wanted to get your opinion on something. I'm 39. No, so I'm seeing like this chart going around about projecting all these people are going to lose their health care, getting kicked off Medicare and Medicaid. But the administration maintains that that's for fraud, waste, and abuse, and that's the money that they're saving. So I just wanted to see your opinion on what came out, where they just found 14 billion of fraudulent Medicare claims from overseas, and this could be the first of many. There's been 11 indictments related to that. So, in fact, it seems like they are actually onto something with that.
So you said 14 billion on Medicare claims across seas?
Yeah, 10 to 14 is the reported number. I've seen as high as 14 and a half. 10 is a low estimate. It's it's out there. It was released on the 27th of June. If you look on CNN or Politico, you would think it never even happened. They're awfully quiet about it.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to share my screen here. All right. DOJ has disrupted schemes totaling about 14.6 in fraudulent healthcare claims, mainly Medicare and Medicaid, not oversee aid. Criminal charges have been filed against 324 individuals. Here, sorry, brother. I'm going to have to mute you just for a moment, man. 324 individuals, including 93 medical professionals, and assessing total over 245 million were seized. The actual financial impact was around 2.9 billion, as most false claims were blocked. Let's see, 14.6 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims were submitted, mostly by organized criminal groups. Of that, 2.9 billion was actually paid out before being stopped. Claimants were foreign-run shell firms operating in the U.S., not legal cross-border payments. This is criminal fraud, not lawful disbursement abroad. Okay, breakdown. Okay, give me the breakdown of what we know about it. So no, I have not heard of this one yet. When was is this just, I'm assuming, recent?
Yeah, 3 days ago, about Friday, Thursday.
Well, I'm asking for the breakdown on it.
So I guess it's a two-part question. It's a little peculiar that while they're passing a chart around that says people are going to lose their health care, they don't even have a peep about actually finding massive fraud. At the same time, this is just one of possibly many. So, in fact, they could be saving billions of dollars in fraud without anybody actually losing their health care that's an American
billion,
eligible.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of a massive globally orchestrated fraud operation rocked the healthcare system, false billing on a mind-blowing scale while
Somebody in the comments just said that's a drop in the bucket, but that's an insane take, is that billions of dollars is a drop in the bucket.
Well, fraud and things like that aren't something that's also new. Like we're always on the lookout for fraud. Even before Doge and things like that, our attorney generals found billions of dollars worth like per year, like in fraud.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest ever.
The biggest fraud case so far?
I'm pretty sure it said it was the biggest they've ever uncovered.
Welcome back, Tennis.
Hello. What are we talking about? What's the fraud case?
What is it? You can't brought up, I guess in the last 3 days or so, there is a case right here on here. I'm so sorry. You have some background noise, brother. So I'm going to have to just ask intermittently to unmute yourself. So it was something about 14 billion. So what is happening is the DOJ disrupted schemes totaling approximately 14.6 billion in fraudulent healthcare claims. They charges filed against 324 individuals, 93 medical professionals. So this is something I'm just diving into right now, seeing what there is to know about this.
So the DOJ did they indict somebody?
It sounds like more, quite a few false.
Or are they just talking about it?
See, that's one thing I'm going to say, because I know that the Trump administration would just say things are
They're
happening.
investigating it, or they're prosecuting?
Hundreds of arrests.
Defendants charged over 300.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's actually something substantial here going on. So this is something to keep a close eye on and seeing how much of it, but it seems
interesting.
Like there was some insurance companies caught on, massive raid and warrant wave. So in June 2025, DOJ executed coordinated raids across multiple states, seizing documents, devices, and financial accounts. They arrested dozens and filed charges against 324 people, including doctors who enabled the fraud with fake prescriptions.
Wow.
Yeah. No, that's it's a good one to find.
Just on the surface level, don't you guys find this a little concerning that the mainstream media has it barely even reported?
Well, I can't say for certain about how much is on the mainstream or not. I don't. I'm not really glued to the mainstream whatsoever. But
I was
I will
working. I
start
was
seeing.
working. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I haven't watched it. Is the New York Times reporting it? Is the
Oh,
AP
yeah, yeah. I was
reporting
gonna
it?
say, let's see what kind of sources. Who is? Yeah, let's see who is actually reporting these things here.
Yeah.
So I got Reuters. Here, how can I switch this across so we can all see it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, Chrome. U.S. says, all right, halts healthcare fraud scheme halted. Okay, so that was Reuters, and then we can actually look at the multiple other sources here. Motherfucker. There we go. The Guardian. The U.S. charged 11 people in a Russia-based scheme to bilk of Medicare. Okay, so that's abroad. It also looked at 2010 Medicaid fraud. It looked at 11 charged over Russia-linked 10 billion Medicare scheme. That's a YouTube one, though. Wikipedia, Medicare fraud. Washington Post, inside Operations Gold Rush. Hey, you know what? Actually, your 11 Eastern Europeans charged in 10.6 billion Medicare fraud. That was in June 26. So some Europeans were also brought into it. Nation healthcare fraud takedown results. That's justice.gov. Washington Post, taxpayers covered 14 billion in erroneous charges by private. What is this? Oh, fuck you and your goddamn Washington Post bullshit. Paywall. All right. Well, this is something I'm gonna look more into and have on our radar. But like, kind of going through it again, it's not really being FBI.gov healthcare fraud. That's 2016. Doge didn't discover improper payment. You know what? Out of it's, even though it's saying there's 16 sources to this, there is not much really actually being. U.S. says that it halts. Yeah, the Reuters. All right, so all we've done is reported what the administration has said.
I find it interesting. I'm just going to say this because this is what's going through my head. Okay, and I'm not taking a position, but I think it's very interesting that we're having an investigation on the heels
Martin, I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
at the same time that there is a massive the bill is very could very well pass in the Senate. That's going to cut Medicaid to 17 million.
Well, that's the whole
people.
point. That's the whole point, is that these fraud cases are the things that are being uncovered.
But this was just released 3 days ago. You think if you had this big beautiful bill requesting these kind of cuts like weeks in advance and everything like that, you should at least come with an explanation of why the number would be so high if you're saying it's just off-putting what the fraud was.
I believe it's more posturing. I believe that they are working their way up to a RICO case against all the state police, all the state judges, and all the state prosecuting attorneys, and also probably
We live in reality, though.
public defenders.
Well,
We live in reality.
Yes. Can I tag on to what you said? I
I gotta
think
feed some cats, but I'm listening.
okay. I think that they are purposefully going after the blue states, the sanctuary states, because they're causing so much chaos with their immigration stuff, with their bounty hunters. They want to take control because the blue states have so much money. They want control of it.
Absolutely.
And that's what they're doing. And it's
Absolutely.
this is very, very scary.
No, I think the blue states are acting outside the bounds of the Constitution, and they're being seditious. And I believe that that's why he's going after them. I believe that the subject matter of these cases at hand is not necessarily the reason why it's being brought. It's posturing so that they can use these rulings down the line to go after a very large RICO case against a lot of people who have been colluding to deprive our rights. And I think that's what, I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump or Republicans or anything, but I believe that's what the Federalists are attempting to do, is limit the state's power and limit the state's ability to circumvent the Constitution.
Well, which is insane
I
because
think
isn't
you're
his
right,
base all
but not
about
for the
states'
same
rights?
reason.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
You go ahead.
But I was just saying, like, wasn't the big president from like many of his followers and them and Republicans saying the firm belief in states' rights?
Yeah, he was. He took that tack. He took that tack many times, but it just depends on what's at the current. What's
That's obviously
current.
what we're not seeing. Yeah, exactly.
But I think I agree. It's funny. I don't agree with Alex. I'm sorry, Martin. Forgive me. I'm on my glasses on. I don't agree with him that that's why they're doing it. I think they just want control. I don't know if you heard what I said, host, but I think this whole immigration thing and causing chaos and National Guard and Marines. Also, I'm on the ground here in New York. They're doing the same thing in New York. They're going into courthouses, and people who are complying with the law on their immigration status, they're disappearing them.
Yeah,
And so
it's a fucked up line that they're holding of who they're going to pick up on this, because like I'd like to think that we could have all agree no matter what your stance on immigration is like if they're in the process of becoming a citizen, or at least like in the process of doing it right, like let them continue their process, don't disrupt it.
yeah, showing up and complying with the law. I mean, and they're showing up and they're having. I mean, there was they're tackling these people in the hallways of the immigration courts. So my feeling is it's the same thing that was happening in California and that whole thing with the National Guard. I think that he is causing chaos in New York and California, so as to take control of their governments because they have all the money. They have all the money, and
They have all the debt.
the blue states send so much money to the federal government to take care of the red states. It's true.
Yeah.
It's a
in
fact.
debt, though. In debt.
Well, everybody has debt. All countries have
New
debt.
York and California have the
Yeah,
most.
like even if you're like doing it right, like
That's-
even if you make good money, even if you're a billionaire, you still have debt because you know how to balance it. Like everyone's gonna be in debt.
Money is debt.
Yeah.
Money is based on debt.
100%. Hey guys,
and-
if you could bear with me on this one, I hope that we could all jump right back on this. Tennis, Martin, even you can't, if you could. I think ever since I got hit with that violation a moment ago from the last guest, that the reach on this live has kind of just completely slowed down. I'm gonna hit
I'll
a
jump back
refresh and see you guys right back here. Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right,
Bye.
guys. In the meantime, anyone that's out there in the chat, if you haven't just yet, hit that follow up in the corner. Become part of the family. Get the notifications when we go live, and you can always catch us. Kennedy, welcome to the family. Thanks for hitting that button. All right, guys, we're going to hit that refresh and be right back here. Welcome to the family, Sassy. Last chance. Hit that follow, guys. Last chance. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. All right, how's it going, everybody? We are still live on YouTube. That is still up and running, but we did hit refresh on the TikTok. So we're going to see how well we can get this revamped right back up again. I feel like our last one kind of slowed down after that violation from a guest we had. Excuse me, Jesus. But what we're doing here is having conversations, politically aligned more so is what it's been, but we have conversations of all sorts. What I like to leave it to is having our guests come up and kind of say what kind of question they have, and we address their questions. And we give everybody the time of day the best we can. And from here, this channel is all about less so much winning debates, but to gain perspective, guys. So what I'm going to encourage everybody as everyone goes scrolling on by is to kick it, hang out for a moment. Please tap your screens. It's how we get more people up in here. And if you guys are about conversations and hearing perspectives and point of views that people have, I encourage you to stick around and hit that follow and be around for the conversations, guys. All right, we got Martin back. Thanks for tapping in there,
Hey,
bro.
I really appreciate your space here.
Yeah.
I've been attending a lot of these open spaces or whatever, and a lot of times I'll get booted right away because because they don't agree with my stance, or they don't think that I should have any type of say because I don't participate in the voting process. So I just really want to say I appreciate your space, and I'm definitely following you.
Hey,
But I'd
100%,
like,
man. I'm
I'd
really
like
grateful to hear that.
right on, and I'll wait till tennis and whoever else comes.
Yeah.
Hopefully, she comes back.
This would be a nice slow crawl, but I believe we can get everyone back in here. I know Tennis seemed like she was dedicated to the conversation, so I'm sure we'll see her in a moment. It just takes that,
Yeah.
like, it really does take that one moment for when you hit live, all of a sudden, for that traction to gain and for people to see it pop up and everything. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of keep it open for a moment while people get in. Tennis is back. And for everybody else scrolling on by, stick around, guys. Welcome. You found Positively Diverse. You found our little TikTok corner where we're here to not just be winning debates, but to be gaining perspective on how people think things through and their epistemology and such. So if that is something you are interested in and just hearing how people come to their conclusions, you found a place. All right. Okay, we got tennis. Everybody, and if I can also encourage everyone to tap their screens while we're here. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump back into it. So where were we that we left off on that?
I think we were talking about the what the idea that we started with the Medicaid fraud thing.
That's right.
And
That's what UCamp brought into
yeah,
this. That's a
and
big one. But yeah, his whole thought was the reason the number that we're going to cut from Medicaid is to offshoot what we found in fraud is it's kind of like a far off. And again, all I'm hearing is just reporting off of what the administration has said so far. I am curious about the
just think
300
the
plus.
timing, host. I think the timing is very interesting. I really do.
You're right with the big beautiful bill on the floor like this.
Yeah, and the Medicaid being the issue, the principal thing, because a lot of the stuff got taken out of it. That didn't belong in it because the parliamentarian, they're doing this without filibusters. So they have a special rule that they have to in order to avoid a filibuster in the Senate, there's certain things that it's budgetary, right? So you can't have all this other stuff in it. So a lot of the stuff got taken out, but the main thing that people are really up in arms about is Medicaid. And I find it very interesting that, if Trump can deflect, this is how I'm thinking about it. If he can get people to think that Medicaid's a fraud anyway, because, we've uncovered all this stuff, which, by the way, where was this information about 2 months ago? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just think it's a subterfuge. And a lot of these things that he does are so subterfuge. No, don't look here, look there.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
Like the biggest thing with this going to the floor is so many people saying if it does any kind of cuts to Medicaid, I'm not for it. And what I'm going to be waiting to hear now is how many people on the Congress or Senate floor are going to pick up this talking point from Trump and all of a sudden start justifying cuts to Medicaid.
Exactly. Oh my God, it's diabolical, quite frankly.
No, 100%. Yeah, no, it's once they see where the tension point is, they're gonna throw some kind of wrapping around it and just cover the shit in fucking silver, and that's and my big thing with the big beautiful bill is the 10 years of no state regulations on AI.
Right.
I've been big on watching how the advancement of AI is going to happen, how robust it's been, how quick it's ramping up, and to say that we as a state can't have any regulations on it, especially when this is the time of the era, especially in the next 10 years, let alone the next 2 years, where we're going to see AI able to replace people by like the loads when it comes to like warehouse work or any kind of work, and we're not going to be able to regulate how quickly or what kind of company just lays off so many people all at once, because you need regulations for transitionary periods and things like that. And when it comes to AI and how much money a company can save, nothing's going to stop them from wanting to just mass replace people.
Right. Right. And there should be many voices involved in that, in what should become of and what the stricture should be on AI. There should be many voices.
I hope.
States should have their voice in it. The federal government, certainly vis-a-vis Congress, should have a voice in it, but not just the executive branch.
Yeah, no, yeah, it should all be heard. There was a great conversation to listen to on the House floor when they had the Open AI and I believe Meta and the one other one, but they had three AI, AMD, I believe is who it was. But the AI heads there, and they were talking about how, like, to continuously, be ahead of the curve and win this whole thing worldwide. Mad Wolf, welcome to the family. To stay ahead of the curve, that we got to put more money into this and more resources and everything, which I agree with. But there has to this whole thing of saying the best way we can accelerate is letting the companies regulate themselves on AI is just kind of preposterous to me. I think you need a third-party watchdog to watch over companies in a situation like this, because AI can get out of control.
It's quite scary what AI's the power around it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll let somebody else talk.
Real quick, Apple user down there in the chat saying people in Democratic cities hurting ICE people, which is the weirdest fucking thing. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE so hard. Fucking with Americans.
The thing is
everybody like this.
We have the right to resist unlawful arrests by any means.
Yeah.
Which means that we can unalive people.
100%. Yeah. If they're in the wrong and they're going over your rights and they're like, say, over your property, anything like that, you have the right to defend yourself, even to a police officer, if they're in the wrong.
Trespassing. Right. The thing too is these people, a lot of them, and I don't know, I certainly haven't seen every disappearance, every apprehension, but these people, a lot of them are not deputized. Okay. So I was explaining this on a panel last night to somebody who was really pushing back on it. I'm like, dude, if somebody comes to your house, okay, and they look like they're wearing a uniform, they look like a cop or whatever, you open the door. Do you want to be sure who they are? Do you want to make sure, are they a cop? Show me your credentials. Are you wearing a badge?
Well, look at what happened
if
in
they're at the door
Minnesota
with
recently.
a mask on.
Right, exactly. Well, like what happened to the senators in Minnesota that got unalived by
Dude, that shit is so fucking
man
insane still.
in a police uniform driving a squad car that looked like a police squad car. I mean, I don't know. No, it's just the whole system that we're in, the whole police state that we're in is just, it's gotten so out of control and out of hand that people need to just stand up.
Martin, especially since the J6 defendants and the convicts from that were pardoned. I think that's a big problem.
Gidgy, I was trying to send you an invite, but you only got 2 followers and you're like a nobody out there. We rule the planet. It would have been a fun conversation. It would have been funny. Trump is still God.
I had a friend of mine that we knew about the J6 thing way before it was going to happen. We knew about 2-3 weeks before it was going to happen.
100%, dude. That shit, you were able to see that they were brewing something.
Yep. My daughter was at the time a student at university in Washington, and I told her, he said, come on January 6th. It's going to be wild. And it was so transparent that there was something. I said, stay in your apartment.
Diggy, I don't know if you want me to block your troll account so you can come back with your real account or whatnot. That's up to you. But if you continue copy pasting, you're just going to be muted. Just giving you a decent heads up. Until then, I'll accept the comments to get my page further. But once you start copy pasting, I'll be muting you, buddy.
So I was at the Minneapolis George Floyd uprising, and I wasn't there as I wasn't there like to protest. I was there to observe. It was happening in my city, and I was there to see what was happening. And there, and I imagine it's the same in the J6 thing. Is that there were law enforcement infiltrated into the crowd, and they were encouraging people to break the law. And
Where would I find?
I'm not
this
saying
one?
that's an excuse, but there's a lot of people that aren't that smart, and they'll just go along with it. And I don't know if the J6 people should be. I agree that they probably should be pardoned, because if they're not, then what? Everybody who was at the George Floyd uprising, they should all go to prison because that was what deemed unlawful or whatever. So I think
say,
anytime
once,
people
I
are
say once
standing
the individual crosses the line of doing something unlawful, they should be held responsible.
right, well,
I'll say this. I think that, first of all, I think Merrick Garland was the wrong person to be to head justice. I think that was first of all, I don't know who's of what political affiliation. I can kind of tell on this panel, but I'm going to say this. I could criticize the Democrats until the cows come in. I voted Democrat.
I'm going to consider all that just copy pasting bullshit. You're muted, buddy. Sorry. Tried.
So I will criticize, but I think Merrick Garland, he went after meticulously, and they had to do face recognition. They prosecuted a shit ton of people, but they got their due process rights. They were arraigned, they were indicted, they were arraigned, and they had trial or they pled guilty.
Yeah.
And so, if you were just observing and you were standing outside the Capitol and you didn't break in, I wouldn't say, if you broke police lines and, well, maybe that's a violation. I'm not in DC. I don't know what the laws are on that, but the minute you start breaking into the Capitol building, and you start fighting police officers and you raid the congressmen and women's
Chambers,
offices,
yeah.
and do all that shit that they did all over the Capitol, you should be prosecuted.
but didn't the cops open the doors? And isn't the Capitol
That's a
building
false flag. That's a false flag.
Yeah, it's
Maybe-
more the
maybe-
context of how it is. It's so first there was the windows being broken and all that stuff, and then breaking in, and then once you realize that you can't hold it back, because like the main thing was that they had to just hold off until our Congress members were safe, and then from there you can do a controlled walk. Like, well, they said, oh, it's a walk-through tour. It was a controlled like leading of the mass is what it was.
It was
Yeah, I don't think-
absolutely despicable. I'm going to say that.
I don't think we can be trespassed off our own property. And if that's our own property, if that Capitol building belongs
But
to
there
us,
are rules. There are rules.
Yeah, there
When
are
Congress
stipulations,
is
and
a
it was
chamber,
closed that day. Like it can be closed.
They were trying to
should be able
break
to-
in. They were trying to. You have to look at the context. I mean,
Yeah, if
they
there
were
wasn't
trying
a
to
big
stop
ass like
the.
group yelling like death to people and things like that, maybe we could have an argument for, hey, we can have a civilized open chamber for these moments, but we're in times where it's just not the proper way to go.
Anyway, taking it back, circling it back, I think that the current police state, I think particularly where you have people who were prosecuted for violent offenses on that day and who don't agree with, undocumented workers. And you have people who have been somehow deputized, but they're not ICE and they're not law enforcement. I think we have a major problem here.
Mm-hmm. And then let's see. Let's see. When it comes to in the comments, 3PD saying burn fine cities, BLM, and no one gets arrested. That's a bullshit. Hundreds of people have been arrested for offenses at BLM related protest, and it's for the people that cross the line. And to call anything of a what is it, like, you got to be smart enough to know when you have a big group of a protest going on, and then you have a small sect of, like, say, under 8% of the protest going on that turned into dissent. It's not enough to say that this whole group is a riot or unmanageable. It's still a protest with some, like, fucking few bad apples.
I was charged with participation in a riot, and I was found guilty by a jury. But luckily, the judge liked me and then stayed my sentence. So, but yeah, people get prosecuted for just attending events all the time.
Yeah, especially for attending a protest. That should be, protected to the max.
Mm-hmm. But we don't have rights, so.
They're being trampled on. Like, if anything, we have rights that aren't being honored.
Correct. Particularly people of color. I'm going to say it.
Oh yeah, that has definitely been a slanted game for the past, like, centuries. Like people are forgetting, like, we're young as a country. What is it? The 250 is what it was. Or, like, just under, like, I'm still on the fence if we're gonna even beat Rome. Like, Rome is like 520 years. Like, who knows? Like, bigger empires have fallen. But we are in definitely uncharted territories when it comes to a country surviving, like, with our rules. Like, we were practically made as a country of a science project of saying, hey, we're, like, you know what, our main thing is, if you're being persecuted elsewhere, come over here, because we can promise you won't be persecuted for your beliefs, your color of your skin, or any of that stuff. Like, we were supposed to be this shining haven for the world, like, and welcome any kind of refugee or immigrants, anybody to come on over to this side and welcome them. And we are all of a sudden shunning that whole fucking being of what America is.
For sure. And, the Constitution, if you look at it, and I've never read the whole thing, for Christ's sake, but when you study it, and you think that, we're protected by this document, we are not.
I'm about to say it only goes so far. We're
It only
protected
goes
by
so-
our elected officials, and we have to make sure we don't fuck that up.
Right. So right now, unfortunately, I say congratulations to those who who elected this president, because, quite frankly,
Well, they don't even see the egg on their face, though. Like, I get saying, hey, this is what you voted for, but they don't even see the egg in their face yet.
No, they don't understand that too much power now, because of the Supreme Court, has been given to the executive branch. And so, when you have millions upon millions of people protesting on the streets, and they're not even Black people. Okay, that's a point I wanted to, we had, was it 2 weekends ago, the No Kings protest?
Oh, yeah.
Millions, like, I don't know, I heard different figures, but one of the highest figures I heard was it was estimated at 13 million. And guess what? That's not even the Black people in this country, because they didn't come out. I mean, some did, but I mean, they're staying home, as they should, because they fought this out in the 1960s for us, and, the whole thought was, don't risk your life, right? So can you imagine if there were 13 million, if the people of color came out and protested as well? So anyway, to have that many people who are unhappy with this current situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says a lot.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, what a weird thing is, like, because, like, I wouldn't even doubt if there were a handful of certain Republicans, like, because, like, a thing like No Kings should be backed up by anybody, no matter what side of the aisle you're on that one. You should be behind, hey, No Kings in the U.S. Like, fuck
Right.
that. Like, middle finger straight up to fucking oligarchs and, like, kings and things like that. Fuck that. It's not what the U.S. is about. And then we hear it consistently now. It's like we're when it comes to MAGA, like, MAGA is not Republican. I like to make sure that like people realize there's a differentiation. You know what I'm saying? It's there. There's a difference right there because MAGA, a lot of them are showing their like true colors to the point where they're saying like, hey, they don't mind authoritarianism as long as it's their guy there. They do not mind. The dictatorship is okay by them as long as it's their guy doing it, and they've said that flat out. And things like that should just be like, fuck, man, you should just lose your right to vote when you start speaking like shit like that.
Exactly. And that's this is where we find ourselves. But it's all identity, and what you say, and why is this happening? It's identity, because identity politics. It's like red team versus blue team. You know, no matter what the facts are, no matter what the law says, we will adopt what this president says.
Yeah,
We're going to adopt
blindly.
that as right.
Like it's as like they're accepting it as blindly as like rules from a Bible kind of a thing. Like they don't question it. They're just like and things that Trump does that they don't agree with. Like I've heard them already say, like what the bombing of Iran, things like that. All I've heard them say is I don't agree with it, but I trust him. He must be doing something I'm not aware. Like they literally talk about him as if he's doing God's plan, and there's some bigger picture that I'm just gonna have to trust him on. And it's like. It's beyond me. It is an insane take. TikTok
That's
watcher,
because
family.
that's because there is a bigger picture that's beyond us. And in fact, no one understands everything that's going on. Even the president, not even the president, nobody does, right? So,
Ranting, welcome.
I mean,
Go ahead,
the
brother.
whole Iran bombing stuff or whatever, they say that there wasn't even any nuclear materials in those, and it actually didn't hit anything, but it's just a show of strength or whatever. It's just more posturing. The same thing with the Iranian attacks on Israel is just that's posturing by them. There's like so many levels of strategy going on right now, and we don't know what's going on. We can only make our assumptions on what's going on, and probably most of our assumptions are dead wrong. And I would say it's better to have hope than to not have hope. And even though I don't agree with Donald Trump, and I never would have voted for Donald Trump, and I still have hope that the system itself is working to protect us and not protect just the powers that it's assumed. And I don't think there's anything wrong with limiting the powers of the judiciary, because I believe that the judiciary has been overstepping their powers
Wait, did
for
you
a
say
long
full on
time.
eliminating judiciary powers?
No, limiting the
Oh,
powers of
limiting.
the
Okay,
judiciary.
All right. I heard
Because
eliminating. I'm like, Jesus Christ, brother.
if they're creating rules that are repugnant to the Constitution, and if they're creating rules that act overarching as laws, then they're outside of their powers as defined by Article 3, and it needs to go back to the legislature.
So I would say this, aside from the objection that you have to grand juries not being a thing in certain states, right? And for certain crimes. Aside from that, do you think that the federal courts are overstepping their bounds when they say you cannot, an executive order to deprive a person born in the United States in a hospital in the United States does not get a social security card? Do you think that, I'll just define it more. Do you think that a federal court that says that is unconstitutional on the part of the president? Without Congress passing a law?
But they didn't. The Supreme Court just said that that the district courts can't make overarching rulings. That's all they ruled on.
That's not my question. My question's a little different.
Chris, in the comments, I'm going to give you the one heads up. Copy pasting and weird bullshit, things like that will get you muted. So heads up.
You're
saying, no, wait. You're skipping past my question. Okay.
What's your question?
Okay, so I just want to break this down. Under our law, okay, we have 94 federal courts in this country. They can decide cases, cases arising under the Constitution. These are the ways I can file a case in federal court. I can file a case if I have a party that's in my state and another state. So suits between states, okay? I can file a case in the federal courts if the case falls, quote unquote, arises under the Constitution. I've done it many times because I'm a civil rights attorney, okay? Those are the two ways that you get a case heard in federal court, okay? So they are, the courts under the Constitution, the federal courts decide constitutionality, okay? They can be appealed. Their decisions can be appealed up to the circuit courts and eventually the Supreme Court, but they have always been given that stature under the Constitution. So what I'm saying, if the President of the United States decrees something in an executive order, okay, meaning it's really unenforceable law. An executive order is on its face unenforceable, okay? And somebody challenges that executive order, and the federal court says, no, you're not doing that, because they have, under Article 3, they have that's their domain, that's their dominion. They can say what's constitutional. Now it's gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has limited the federal court's power just on Friday. So I'm asking you, my question to you was, outside of your objection to the grand jury thing, do you think that federal courts are exceeding their power?
If a federal court that is not the Supreme Court has power over the executive, then the executive has no power. So,
The executive doesn't have the power to write laws. This legislature has the power to write laws. What President Trump is doing, he is writing executive orders which are unenforceable on their face. It's the legislature who is Article 1 writes laws. Do you understand that?
yes, and
So
that's
if he
why.
tries to write the law in an executive order, it's the federal court's authority to strike it down.
Right, it's the Supreme Court's authority.
No, it's the federal court's authority. Then
How can the federal courts?
Wait. Understand, there are 94 federal courts. We can't just go and apply to the Supreme Court. I cannot petition the Supreme Court for something Donald Trump does. I have to go into federal court. Okay,
Right,
that's
and then
what they're
and the
there
court.
for.
Right, and then if the ruling is an overarching ruling that acts as law, then they're acting outside of their authority as well, correct?
No, because they determine what is constitutional. That's their job.
They can determine what's constitutional, but they can't amend the Constitution. They can't
No, they
write
cannot,
alternative
but they can
rulings.
declare, but they can declare what is constitutional or unconstitutional.
Yeah.
That's what federal courts do. And then if the plaintiff or the defendant doesn't like the ruling of the federal court, what can they do? They can appeal to the circuit courts of appeals, of which there are 13. And if they don't like the ruling at the circuit court, they can then petition the Supreme Court. That's our process. But federal courts are there to determine constitutionality.
So you're saying what this ruling does is that it completely halts the process, and there's no ability to question constitutionality anymore.
No, you can do it, but only in one. So now what that ruling, the SCOTUS ruling, says on Friday, it says you can challenge an executive order, but that court that decides it cannot issue a nationwide injunction to stop it. An injunction means to stop something, right?
Right.
So nationwide injunction under this ruling does no longer exist. So read Justice Sotomayor's dissenting opinion. I will just give you an example. If a Democrat were in office right now, okay, and they said, geez, all right, I'm gonna issue an executive order banning assault weapons. Okay. All right. So what would happen? What's the name of the freaking right wing, like the lobby. It's escaping me right now.
The GOP.
No, no. The gun lobby, the pew pew lobby.
Fuck.
You know,
We
I
know
brought it
this.
on.
We know this. It's
NRA.
yeah, NRA.
The NRA. So the NRA would object to that, right? Okay, so I'm giving you a hypothetical to illustrate my point. Okay, so the NRA, so a Democrat's in office. Okay, any Democrat, doesn't matter who. Okay, and likes the ruling of SCOTUS on Friday and says, okay, cool, I'm going to issue an executive order banning assault weapons. Okay, and the NRA says, oh no, you're not. I'm going to Texas, the Southern District of Texas. We're going to file in Texas. We're going to file in frickin' Colorado. We're going to file all these cases. They can challenge that. Okay. But if the Texas federal court says that's unconstitutional under the Second Amendment, they cannot say that as regards the whole country anymore. They can only say it for that jurisdiction in which they sit. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
So there you have the issue. You know, can you imagine now? But yes, you can still challenge it. You can still challenge these executive orders, but you have to go. You have to be a plaintiff, and you have to go file in a million frickin' jurisdictions.
Well, can you? I thought you could only file in the jurisdiction in which the crime has taken place.
No, it's not a crime. Remember, what the challenge is. The challenge is to the constitutionality of what the president did, right? That's the challenge in court. The challenge is we think this is unconstitutional. Now, everybody can claim that they're plaintiffs in this case, right? If you're a Pew owner, right? You go get an attorney and you're in the state of Maine, you could challenge that if you have the money to. You got to hire an attorney. You got to go hire an attorney and file in court. So you see how difficult they've made it for plaintiffs to challenge things that are patently unconstitutional. I mean,
Right, but
I would be happy, but personally, I mean, I'd be happy with an assault weapons ban, but there's a lot of people in this country that wouldn't be. Okay.
but wouldn't
And
it be?
that's why I said it from the Democrat standpoint. It
Wouldn't it
affects
be?
both sides of the aisle. Go ahead.
Wouldn't it be unlawful for a president to sign an executive order repugnant to the Constitution?
Wouldn't it be unlawful? Is
Yeah,
that
it would be
your question?
unlawful, right? Yeah.
It's not unlawful because he may believe something and it's more of a proposal. An executive order is a proposal, right? I'm taking a stand on this. I think name an executive order.
Yeah,
We should
it
have,
should
we
be when
should
they
take,
do executive order. That's them saying legislation. This is what I want to be on the table. This is what I want to be paid attention to. Take action.
correct. Yeah, exactly.
And then it's supposed to be codified into law by the
Well, not
by the
supposed to be.
legislature.
It's what after
So
the
it just comes
after
to
the
debate.
it comes to debate.
Right,
It
it comes to debate. Right.
Yeah, they committee it, they coalition, they form coalitions, they talk about these things. That's why Biden was particularly good at proposing legislation and working to get Congress to, put together consensus to pass laws, right? He didn't just write executive orders.
Yeah, but the whole thing
Okay,
that Trump is
so
doing is like the Emperor Palpatine thing when he's telling his people to do things and they say, "Is that not legal?" He goes, "Well, I'll make it legal." His whole thing is just pushing like before it even should be done. Like he's really pushing
so
the
then
envelope.
so then the next step we need to take is to limit the executive power, right?
No, I don't think you need to do that with somebody
Yeah,
who's
not limit. Just keep the checks and balances there.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have a president who is looking for the better of the country and wants to have consensus and have the Congress where they're charged with writing laws, have Congress committee things and look at the evidence and figure out what's best by way of their constituents, right? And come to a conclusion on whether or not they're going to pass a law. That's what a good president does.
Right. But the Executive Orders Act, they have the same force as law as they currently stand?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
An executive order would have the same impact as a law, or the same?
No,
No,
absolutely
no.
not. It's
No, I mean,
unenforceable. It's unenforceable on its face.
okay, so it's unenforceable. So then there is no danger to any executive order. Any executive order, since they're unenforceable, then it doesn't really matter.
But
If
the
they
thing
make
is, they are being enforced on. They are following his executive orders, and he's sending out his sex to follow what he's pushing through.
but it's illegal what he's doing.
Yeah, that's the constitutional crisis there.
It's not illegal to issue an executive order, okay? What is illegal?
He's enforcing an executive order.
Yeah, you can't enforce an executive order. I mean, I don't think he's done that except in his Department of Justice. I think the Department of Justice is absolutely doing illegal things. That I can say. They're taking people out, they're disappearing people without a warrant, without due process.
I might want to read up
Right.
on this right after you say that. I think I
So-
found some things for us.
In probably about 68, I think it was, there was an executive order that created the Red Lake Indian Reservation, and it has the same effect as law, and that's been happening since forever.
Well, did
So,
anybody,
that's
anybody
enforced.
challenge it? If nobody challenged it, then so be
won't
it, right?
contradict a law, yeah.
Right. So this reservation that was created by executive order is then not really a reservation?
I don't know. That I couldn't answer. I could not answer that. Somebody could challenge it. Somebody could challenge it, but I guess if people are just acting as if it is, you know, if somebody wanted to challenge it, they could, you know, if you want to go file a case and say, you know, this is your land, this is my land, and that would have to be litigated, right?
Right.
So
The
I did
state of
find
Minnesota might
something
do that.
would probably for all of us on this page here, because I did just look up executive. Oh my God, I'm just realizing I didn't put that. Let me edit this message. What are the executive orders? I think I might get the same answer, but are executive orders enforceable? We're getting, okay, they are legally enforceable, but only within certain limits. They are not magic scrolls. They carry the force of law, but only as far as the presidential constitution and statutory authority allows. So an executive order, it's a directive from the president to federal agencies telling them how to enforce or interpret existing law. Not legislation. It can't create new laws or override the Congress. Think of it as the president saying, here's how I want the executive branch to do its job. So directing federal agencies, enforceable, yes. Based on congressional laws, yes, as long as it's existing law, not rewrites it. In military, foreign affairs, usually broad leeway. When are they not enforceable? If they violate the Constitution. So if it straight up violates the Constitution, it should not be enforced. If they conflict with federal law passed by Congress. If they regulate private citizens without statutory basis. If a court blocks or overturns them, they're not enforceable. So that's why when they had the certain act sending them in planes and droves down to what was that, El Salvador, they were told to turn around because it was deemed unconstitutional. So it was being. So that's the thing is it's you can enforce a executive order. But once a judge sees whatever they're doing as unconstitutional, that's when even a lowercase judge can say, "Hey, no," and then it comes to the Supreme Court for a review. So they are enforceable until they get blocked, or which is the only way they can do it, because no one's going to be like, "Hey, that's unconstitutional. Stop doing it." It will have to be a judge saying, "Hey, stop. That's unconstitutional."
or the executive saying, "Hey, don't do that. It's unconstitutional."
Or the
But they
the
wouldn't
executive
because,
branch on themselves.
yeah, they wouldn't do that to themselves now, would they?
Right, but the executive branch can say, "Hey, judicial branch, that's unconstitutional. You can't do that." Or they can say that that law that was written by Congress is unconstitutional, so we're not going to enforce that.
The president does not have, I don't know if you misspoke, but the president does not have the power to declare what's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Nope.
No,
he does not. That's
absolutely
Supreme
not.
Court.
So
That's the
you're
courts.
saying
It's
that
not just
No,
the
sorry, not
Supreme
just Supreme.
Court.
It's not. It's legislative. Sorry.
It's the
Judicial.
federal.
Judicial.
It's the federal. It's the judiciary. It's the third branch of our government. We have something
because of the
called-
supremacy,
No, it's the
right?
separation of powers. We have the Congress, which is Article 1 of the Constitution, the executive branch, which is Article 2 of the Constitution, the judiciary, which is Article 3.
Okay,
The balance
so
of power. Yeah.
let's just take it down to like on a county level, right? The sheriff can decide not to enforce things that he deems unconstitutional, correct?
The sheriff doesn't really have
Sheriff would need a
decide
judge.
constitutional.
Yeah, sheriff ain't no judge of a town.
But
It's
if the judge is acting unconstitutional, then where's the check on the judge? Because that has to come from somewhere.
It would have to be impeaching a judge. You have to, you would have to get the prosecutor to prosecute the judge for corruption, right? That happens. It happens. I mean, I remember I was before a judge in Brooklyn, and I was before this judge all the time. And like 10 years later, that judge was brought up for bribery and he was convicted because he was accepting kickbacks from defense attorneys.
So that's
I'm sorry, from plaintiffs' attorneys for helping them to settle cases. So the prosecution of the state, it's the state that would prosecute a judge for corruption, but they have to have evidence, right?
But the prosecution is the executive branch. Is part
No,
of the executive
prosecution
branch.
would
No,
be
the
from
pros-
the
Go
prosecution
ahead.
would be from the other court or judge coming to the executive.
The executive branch is the mayor and the governor of a state.
And where does the prosecutor fall in underneath these three branches of government? Is he judicial? Is he executive? Or is he?
He's judicial.
Judicial.
A prosecutor
No, he's
is
not.
judiciary.
A prosecutor is not judicial because then
100%.
that would mean that you have judicial and judicial arguing against a person, and
Well,
you
they're
can't.
just
Then
a
there's
lawyer. They're just a prosecutor is just a lawyer for the state.
Yeah, but
Okay.
they're working within
They're-
the judicial umbrella.
no, they're working on the executive umbrella.
No.
Yes,
No,
yes.
that has nothing to do about an executive. Executive is all.
Why,
Yes,
and that's
no.
exactly why. And that's exactly why the
the pros-
Department of wait
One
a second.
second.
That's exactly why the Department of Justice in the United States government should not be under the rubric of the executive branch. It should be a separate thing. And under Donald Trump, his Department of Justice is working for him.
Yeah, you can't have Boeing investigate themselves because you run into things like Boeing does. Like they're gonna like
Right, and you can't have the judiciary prosecuting someone either. You cannot have a judiciary branch with your judiciary, if the prosecuting attorney is part of the judiciary, then he's part of the judiciary, and the judge and him are on the same team.
No,
and
they
there's
should
no
not be
separation
on
of
the
power.
same team.
that's not-
They are
that's how
not
you
on the
look at
same
it.
team.
that's not
You're
how you
not
look at it. Yeah,
understanding.
go ahead.
You're not understanding that the prosecution does not work with the judge. The
No, the
prosecutor,
prosecutor works with the executive, which is the sheriff's department.
incorrect. They work.
That's
when
incorrect?
excuse me. When the police bring to a prosecutor a case in which they've made an arrest and they believe they have probable cause to make an arrest and sufficient facts to prosecute a crime, they bring it to the prosecutor's attention. The prosecutor will decide whether or not he thinks he or she thinks he or she has enough evidence to go forward and prosecute and maybe get a conviction.
So the prosecuting attorney is not a part of the government, is what you're saying.
they work for the government because they are paid by the government. Because the
So
state needs to ensure that there is not criminals running around and wreaking
okay.
havoc on the citizens.
Oh, sorry.
So
I do want
the
to clear up,
government.
Martin. Yeah, prosecuting attorneys, district judges, U.S. attorneys, state attorneys as part of the executive branch.
Thank you.
See,
They are part of the
they
executive
operate
branch.
in courtrooms, yes, but they are not part of the judiciary. Just like defense lawyers and police detectives, they participate in judicial system, but they represent executive power of the state and federal government.
Exactly.
Okay.
In order to protect the citizens.
But they are still a part of the executive branch, and that was my point.
District attorney, state attorney.
Tacitly, yes.
Yeah, which is the reason. Yeah, it's right. That is right. I should have thought that because that's what gave Trump the right to fire attorney generals across.
Well, yeah, he has the right to appoint and to fire. Yeah.
And then when a judge is an appointed judge and is appointed by the governor, then that judge also works for the executive branch. I'm just saying, right? I mean, that's right? If you're appointed by the governor, who is the executive branch,
They're not supposed to work for the judiciary. They're supposed to bring cases where there are sufficient facts to prosecute. That's what they're supposed to. They're justice oriented.
Judges work for the judicial branch, not the executive.
What I'm saying is I'm not saying that it's a perfect, it's not corruption.
Judges work for the judicial branch, but if they are appointed by the executive branch, then they work for the executive branch.
Well,
because
you
wait.
But
Here's the
we've
thing.
seen time and time again, even Trump-appointed judges will still vote in favor of law.
Can I tell you who the prosecution works for and who the judges work for? They work for the people. You know, when a prosecutor brings a case, they say the people of the state of New York versus Donald Trump, for example.
That may be the case in New York, but in Minnesota, they work for the state of Minnesota. And anytime
No, they work for the people of Minnesota. They work for all prosecutors work for the people. But they call it the state. You know, like if you watch court TV or you watch any trial going on, mostly they say, I'm John Smith. I represent the state. The state is the people.
No, the state is the state. The state is a corporation that is his own person.
Oh, sir, you're slanting this because you have
what you feel like it's been warped.
It's very confusing, and law is very confusing, and as an attorney, you should agree that it's very confusing because if I went to, I've just for full disclosure, I don't have any college education. I'm an autodidact. I've taught myself everything that I know.
I understand. I don't mean to be condescending. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that you have a bit of a you feel can you agree with me that you feel persecuted by the state that you're in?
I feel like the mental gymnastics that I have to go through to even assume that they're acting in any lawful manner at all is it's so disconnected from reality that I think if I were to go to a law school and I was to be taught the law, I would go insane. I would literally go insane.
Do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I have an attorney.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to use the restroom. Quick little restroom.
He's a really good attorney.
Everybody, if you can, while you're out there, please tap your screens. It's going to help us open up this conversation to many more people. Hit the follow if you haven't already for notifications. If you'd like to come on up, just request on a spot. But in the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. Go ahead and continue in conversations. Just continue being respectful as you've been.
Absolutely. Yeah, I get it. I get where you're coming from. You know, but you have an attorney. So do you like your attorney?
Yeah, I like her. She's been my attorney for 4 years now, going on 4 years now, different cases.
Okay, gotcha. How about this gentleman up who's in the box up above me? Is anybody there?
I just see Tennis and Martin.
Oh, I see a box open. Is that you? The blue thing above me?
That would be Martin. The thing with like a little eye monster.
Yeah.
That's Martin.
Yeah, that's me. And I really appreciate you taking your time, Tennis, and you know, explaining your point of view. And I like to hear them all, right? I want to hear, especially attorneys' points of view, because it's important to have, you know, the diverse understanding.
Well, I enjoy talking about the topic, and I'm very disappointed in the way it is right now. I used to revere the Supreme Court when I was a law student. You know, I would listen to. I'm old, so I had, you know, tapes of Supreme Court justice, you know, arguments, Supreme Court arguments, or oral arguments, and you know, I thought it was fascinating, and there were a lot of decisions that I really appreciated, you know, but the way it's going now, it's so politicized, and it's so Project 2025 oriented now, unfortunately.
I just think it's been convoluted from the beginning. The whole Constitution and the whole everything that's been going on, the treaties, the treaties that they infringe upon and act as though they never existed, and it's like without law there is no crime, but yet we the people are being prosecuted on crimes and being forced to give up our lives, like, you know, years of our lives sitting in state penitentiaries with zero due process. And it's like, it's just like, I just can't wrap my head around this lack of due process. And I mean, it's to the point where the people are going to have to start standing up to these governments and violently, because otherwise it's never going to change unless something happens, you know, unless the Constitution is upheld. And that's where I'm at. And if it's vague, if the rule is vague, or if the law is vague, a rule is not meant to take a vague law and then define it, right? A rule is meant to read the law and say, this is what the law says. And when the judges are acting outside of their bounds of their powers, and they're creating rules that have the same force and effect as a law does, then just like a executive order, which has the same force and effect as a law, if it's unconstitutional, cannot be enforced. In the same way, any rule, judge-made rule that is unconstitutional should have no force or effect. And but they are, right, and we use precedent and stare decisis, and it's like stare decisis is the stupidest concept I've ever heard in my life. Just because somebody else did it, that means now you should do it too, even though it's against the law. I mean, it's like, come on, people. And then that's what that ruling, I can't remember which ruling it was. It says that it was freaking Chevron deference, right?
Yeah.
You can't just take past rulings and say, oh, that's the law. That's the law. That's what they said is the law. So that must be what the law is. Their opinion is the law. You can't do that. That's what the whole thing was, is that, no, you need to look at the merits of the case at hand and the facts and the law. And then you need to make a decision on those, on the merits, facts, and law of the law. So in that way, I support the Supreme Court and their recent rulings, because I believe that they are trying to enforce the law, the law of the land, the supreme law, the Constitution, and by bypassing these judge-made rulings that have the same force and effect as law, which is outside of their bounds of powers, outside of Article 3. And so if President Trump does something that's unconstitutional, but business as usual, right? Because that's what business as usual has been, is unconstitutional rules, unconstitutional this and that. But if it's business as usual, it's more of him just pointing out the fact that, hey, we can do unconstitutional things because y'all haven't been upholding your portion of the contract where you're supposed to make sure that we enforce it, and that's we the people. That's our duty. We haven't been. We are derelict of our duty to stand up for our rights, and it's the attorneys that have been doing this, right? I mean, I'm not saying anything against you personally as an attorney, but it's the attorneys that have been allowing us to, and it's the Bar Association that has been allowing us to give up our rights, right? We're not, how could we be expected to be learned in the law, right? We can't be, we're laymen. But the attorneys and the Bar Association and the judges make up these rules to infringe upon our rights, and they're inalienable rights. So that means that if it's inalienable, that means that you can't give it up because it's inalienable. Like there's no way that I can say, yeah, I'm being charged with a felony. Yeah, go ahead and don't give me a grand jury. We can't say that because it's your duty to uphold our rights, right? So if we say I don't care about my right, that doesn't mean you still don't have the duty to uphold it. And you know, that's where I see a lot of the problem stemming from is the judiciary branch and the Bar Association and attorneys and judges who are all working on the same side against the people.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I think there's a lot of people whose rights have been violated. I think there's people who are, I think the sentencing is too much. I think that the system doesn't always protect criminal defendants. I'm going to agree with you there, but I also think that there are cases, justice is blind. I mean, you know, there are cases where there is justice rendered. You know, people are prosecuted who should be prosecuted. So I don't think it's all one-sided. I think justice is the scales.
Right, but everybody's afforded due process, and if it's an enumerated right guaranteed by the Bill of Rights, we are afforded that as well. Like that's the supreme law of the land. The whole entire rest of everything was built upon that. That's the foundation. If that is not being upheld or adhered to, then nothing matters from that point forward, because if it stems from an unconstitutional act, then all of it is void. It's completely void. So every single person, except for I guess Texas,
I don't
New York.
really want to argue this with you anymore, Martin, because I've already explained to you the preliminary hearings, the Fourth Amendment, the right to counsel. You are not entitled in every state to a grand jury proceedings. I don't want to. I mean, I only have so much time to put into this.
Well,
so
then
I
you're
don't want to argue this.
then you don't have the right to a counsel in every state. Then you don't have the right to anything. You don't have rights. If you don't have a right to grand jury as enumerated by the Constitution, then you have no rights.
But
If you
been obviously abrogated by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I was gonna say again, like that's not something that has been just like untouched and ignored since then and being infringed on. Like they touched base with that at a later date and then agreed that the interpretation of it did not innate the say in all situations you are due the right to a grand jury.
In 1884 with the Hurtado case, which is in direct defiance of the clear text of the Constitution. So it is repugnant. It is a rule that is made repugnant. And what's the case?
So you may argue and disagree with it, but it's still legal with what they've done. They've made
It's
it
not
legal to
legal.
do something that was once like they turned it on its face a little bit and said it's no longer, but it through a legal avenue.
Well,
was
it's not no
abrogated. It's
longer
what they call abrogated. They've abrogated that law.
right. So they've never the states were never held to the Bill of Rights, and that's why the 14th Amendment was enacted, is to incorporate those rights into the states.
Okay, I've explained this to you, that every state has its own constitution, and you can challenge any law in this state, whatever state you're in, as unconstitutional. Okay, you can challenge that. It can be challenged, and ultimately the courts will decide constitutionality. So, to the extent that you're aggrieved by, in your state, you don't have a right to a grand jury proceeding. Somebody could challenge that if they felt that they could win it.
Right.
Can't win it because it's been abrogated, and all the states pretty much on the same page that the preliminary hearing and the Fourth Amendment probable cause hearing is sufficient unless it's a capital case against the president, basically. But I think serious felonies do get grand jury proceedings. It depends
Tennis,
on
what
the
are you
state.
making for
In
us?
in New York, in Virginia, and in Texas, those three
Oh
states,
no, my screen.
serious felons get grand jury. But in the rest of the country, I don't know about the rest of the country, but in Minnesota specifically, you're only guaranteed a grand jury if you're facing life in prison. That's the only time you are allowed a grand jury.
Okay.
So and then if I say, hey, district judge, I need a grand jury on this indictment, otherwise it's unconstitutional. He's going to say, well, the Supreme Court said that it's not unconstitutional.
Well, I
so
think
it's
what
not
they would say is
unconstitutional.
once upon a time it would be unconstitutional if this was held against you. But we at this date and age, again, they've touched on it and they said their again, what was I saying? Interpretation brought it back to saying it's not innate to all situations.
But it's clearly enumerated in the Bill of Rights. So how can you say that it is not a right, but yet it's clearly enumerated right, but yet it's not a right? That's called repugnant. It's
Yeah.
repugnant
so
to the
yeah,
Constitution.
like you said. Okay, that's right.
Marbury versus Madison in 1803 is the case, the supremacy case, right? It said that the Supreme Court is Supreme Court, and all other judges have to abide by the Supreme Court's ruling, and that's due to the supremacy clause in the Constitution, Article 6, right? So therefore,
Basically gives the Supreme Court the power of judicial review. And it also forces one branch of the government, if they're not doing their job, that the other branch of the government can force them to do their job. That's Marbury versus Madison. Go ahead.
1 second. I want to address NATO in the comments. Why don't I look at the screen when I'm so when you are talking? Feels very disingenuous. I don't know if you could literally see me looking at this. Like, to me, this is you guys. Are you saying I should be looking in the camera? I'm literally looking at the biggest screen I got, so I don't know why you're saying I'm not looking at the screen. It's really weird. Sorry.
Talk about petty, right? That's as petty as it gets in TikTok.
Right? You look at the screen. I'm like, dude, my whole peripheral is screen. Oh, I'm like, all right. Well, if anything, what we can do, if anything, like, I understand it's a real juicy subject for you, Martin, and also just like a passionate one on that. But I think we could at least agree amongst ourselves that we shared each other's perspective on this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and hit the little dice on this, which is kind of like, let's see what's happening on in the world, and we can start giving perspectives on other issues right here. Again, if you'd like to just stay on the panel, guys, 100% welcome to stay on the panel. But let's see what's going on in the world today. This big bill marathon going on. What do you guys know about it?
You're talking about the big, beautiful, ugly bill?
Yeah, they're having a vote-a-thon going on or something. What do they call it?
Yeah, I don't, what is it? Because I'm on the panel, I'm like not looking at the,
Yeah. So
are they
what
voting on it
I've
or?
gained to understand so far on this is like they are trying to like putting certain amendments up to vote in the bill.
Like they're dicing it, they're parsing through it and like deciding it in separate parts?
Yeah.
Not,
So
not,
here under, let me pull up my GPT right there. I looked this up just earlier. Oh, I guess it's still within this thread. Okay, so at the very top of my day, I started my thing with what is the Senate vote-a-rama? It is the Senate hits, all right, after the Senate hits the allotted 50 hours of debate on a budget bill, there's no debate limit on amendments, so senators can propose an unlimited number of amendments. Each amendment gets a quick, often under a minute, pitch from the sponsor and opponent, followed by a rapid-fire roll call. So, not why it happens, what it looks like. Okay, no, okay. Then I asked for more specific. All right, I should ask what this vote-a-rama is, because I thought this was entailing the big beautiful bill still. So this is, yeah, they're saying they can throw in new amendments and put it up to a vote.
okay.
So they can,
And probably commenting, right? Like I know that Senator Whitehouse, I just happened to see that in the scroll that he was really, castigating this bill on the open floor. So I think maybe they're speaking on it and trying to be persuasive.
Could be.
I don't know.
Baldwin,
Here, let's see what they're
Bennett,
saying real quick.
Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Duckworth,
Are you guys able to hear it here in the panel?
Yep.
Heinrich,
Yes.
Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, and Whitehouse. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn,
Motion to
Bozeman,
commit
Budd,
HR1.
Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton,
So they're
Kramer,
just going over their
Crapo,
votes
Curtis,
of who voted in
Daines,
what direction.
Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Heidsmith, Justice, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis,
Senate
Tuberville,
begins
Wicker, and
marathon vote
Young.
series on
Mr.
Trump's
Gallego, aye.
I'm gonna ask GPT what this means.
Yeah.
Mrs. Moody, no.
If Lisa Murkowski is going to vote with the Republicans on this, fuck her.
All right.
Mr. Schiff, aye.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna turn that down a second. See what I got right over here. All right, so what I got is, let me just close that. Son of a bitch, where'd you put me? All right. Okay, here we go. All right. When you see U.S. Senate Live, Senate begins marathon vote series on Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. Here's what it means. What's going on?
Mr.
Big Beautiful
Houston,
Bill refers to the One
no.
Big Beautiful Bill Act. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. The 940-page bill. The Senate narrowly voted 51 to 49 this past weekend to start debate. Okay, so the vote
Warren,
that was
aye.
split, and then Vance came in, that's just the vote to hear it. So
Right.
that starts the debate and triggers the vote-o-rama process. What is a marathon vote series? A vote-o-rama is a marathon session where senators propose unlimited amendments and then quickly vote on each, often back-to-back for hours. So they are just shooting out. This is like, what is it called? An elephant ear a little bit, where they pass a bill and now they can slip something in?
I think they're just voting on specific parts of it.
Okay, so they're going
So
down. Okay, no wonder why it would take so long. So they're going down the beautiful bill and the amendments, and they're saying yes and no's.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Wow. These
man,
people are like working hard.
3.3 trillion added to the debt over the next decade, just for this one
Wow.
bill. 3.3 trillion. God, how can you talk about being fiscally responsible and having this shit?
And how about the Medicaid cut? And look at, right.
Yeah,
There's
so
a,
everything that would be permanently, like that would happen, permanently extend Trump era tax cuts, which is weird as fuck. And so they say permanently extend, but that's until someone else comes in and says, okay, stop. But until that happens, these continue. Raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion.
wow.
Jesus, I wasn't even aware about that much. And cut Medicaid, SNAP, clean energy credits, all while adding an estimate 3 point. See, look, on top of cutting those things, it's still 3.3 trillion. That is insane.
It's insane.
What happens next? It continues today into tomorrow with amendments being rapidly offered and voted on. I wish over here in this, like maybe it's better in some other YouTube channel or something. But what the channel needs while they're doing this is having the current, whatever the current amendment is. Otherwise, more chances than not, when you're staring at it, you're just going to see voting and you're not going to be aware what they're voting about.
Yeah, right.
So, motion
What
to commit
channel is that?
HR1.
Is that? Oh,
That's all it says so far there.
is this C-SPAN?
This is from CNBC. I would rather go with
It's also
C-SPAN,
Brooks
but I feel like C-SPAN's not live as much as they used to be.
Yeah, that's one thing I just stopped watching TV after. So I just don't even turn it on anymore. I just kind of like look at I look at
Democracy.
Reuters.
It isn't just
The last thing that C-SPAN even uploaded says 6 days ago.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
And like the other one that I find interesting, NPR is usually 1 day behind, but I think that's more of just because of they got to
Banks, no.
3 days ago and then 3 hours ago. Okay.
Mr. Schatz,
There's gotta
aye.
be something in between. Videos 3 hours
Ms.
ago. 3 days. Oh
Collins.
wow, yeah, they went
Aye.
three.
Mr.
3
Lee.
days, 2-3 days
No.
without an upload for a moment there. Usually it's one per day. This one had another 3-day split. Maybe it's the
Mr.
weekends.
Rounds.
Oh, you know what? I bet it's that. I bet they upload on weekdays.
No. Mr. McConnell. No. Ms. Capito. No.
No, what are they voting
Mrs.
no
Shaheen,
on if it's
aye.
in the bill and yays
I
are-
know because McConnell and Collins were. I don't think they were both on the same yes or no. Like I think one said yes, one said
Yeah,
no.
Schiff said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck are they talking about, right? See, I wish the the question or whatever is on the floor would be in font here. Like I could run this.
Would be
better.
nice.
Mr. Scott of Florida, no.
Should I? Even
Mr.
somebody.
Scott of
I'm
South
reading I
Carolina,
just started
no.
reading the comments on YouTube. It just says, "What does this mean?"
Right.
The nays are coming. Let's go nay, nay, more nay. What the fuck? All right. What?
Mr.
are
King,
they
aye.
voting on right
Mrs.
now?
Fisher,
Let's see if anyone's nice enough
no.
to respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is
How long
practically
is
the news
Klobuchar?
of the day. Right now.
Aye.
Oh shit! I am so
Klobuchar's
sorry.
fine.
Martin, thanks for coming up, brother. I didn't see you back out. I didn't hear about you back in. I'm so sorry, man. But thank you for coming up, man. I don't know if you're still out there chilling, but thanks for coming by.
It was a good debate, Martin.
See, Oliver Queen responded to me saying random amendments by
Sullivan, no.
Democrats that won't pass. So no, so any
Markey. Aye.
lawmaker here in the Senate, it's not just what is in the bill. They can come up with their proposed amendments and then they put it up to a vote.
Right.
And they get
Well,
a
that would make
limited amount of attempts of different things that they would like to try. So whatever just got brought forward is still so something new that might be good. I'm assuming it's proposed by a Democrat. Is so far it's 45 to 44. There's 1 minute left of voting. I can't wait to hear what the
Mr.
fuck they're putting
Cruz.
into it.
No.
No. Mr. Cruz,
Yep, here we
no.
go. Nays. Fuck that Cruz, dude. I cannot believe that was such an interesting satisfaction watching that Cruz fucking
Yeah.
you know who I'm
Candidate?
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
that
Hawley.
Hawley was insane.
No.
Hawley, no. I can't stand it. They made deals. All these people got deals where their people aren't gonna get a cut to Medicaid
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah,
that.
dude, selling their souls, man.
Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
How do I get rid of this? There we go.
Mr. McCormick, no.
I'm sorry, but this country is so fucked.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's so fucking sad watching the direct. Like me and my wife are like in the situation of like we've been talking for a while now. We're like we want to start a family, have kids, and like that. And like literally the state of everything right now has got us like second guessing shit.
Well, if you don't have kids now, it might be a good time. Well, you know, like
Well,
it's like
I do have two from my previous marriage.
Oh, I see. Yeah. See, we have grown kids, and like I part of me, selfish part of me, is like looking for a way out, but the other part of me is feeling overprivileged that I don't think I don't. You know, we have a law firm.
Mr. Kennedy, no.
No. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, let's guess these. Yeah, this one's not passing.
Yeah. So the idea of leaving, you know, and going somewhere else, you know, I've got kids here. But the other thing is that
Mr. Marshall, no.
I feel bad that,
Mrs.
you know,
Britt.
other people don't have the right, can't
No.
leave. They
Yeah.
can't afford to leave, you know?
It's
So
always
why
been
should I?
ridiculous hearing the argument of just because of what state you were born into. People are like, well, just move to a different state if you don't like those laws. I'm like, dude, I'm like, no, that's like, you should not be putting people in the position of like, all right, you're 18 now. Now you got to decide which state you're going to live in. Like, what?
Yeah, but the issue with that is, I mean, you know, I never thought I'd be insulated in New York because I think that's the first thing they're trying to do is they're trying to take away the power of the richest states and take that money from them.
Yeah. No, yeah.
That's-
They're definitely going to want to find ways to siphon it out and everything.
Hence
Especially
the
California.
chaos. Yeah, California, New York, they're causing chaos. They want people to have an uprising so they can institute military in the streets of these states.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scary thing. You know,
Yep.
that people will really fight back.
Ms.
You know,
Cortez
and-
Masto, aye.
And then when you do like and it comes on actual time to fight back, they're like, oh, look how bad and like unruly
Yeah.
they're being. And I'm like, motherfucker, you guys fucking ran on the fucking Capitol. I'm like, and here
Yeah.
here you are seeing people defend their fucking state. That's all they're doing.
it's so hypocritical, right?
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, we would not have been in this position but for him.
Oh, 100.
Mr.
Exactly.
Sanders.
I'm not saying
Aye.
that. I mean, we have a very, very flawed system. You know, Citizens United is
Oh,
one of
we
the
brought
biggest.
that up earlier, me, Martin, of the Citizens United, how fuck that is, having corporations have so much of a leeway.
Yeah, and the erosion because of that, the erosion of antitrust laws, all these monopolies, you know, on like the food industry and the housing industry. We never used to have that in the 90s. It was much stricter. But somehow these corporations, they kind of went under the radar.
Did you see how the four tech corporations got sworn in as military officers?
Yeah, I saw that.
That shit was
That-
crazy.
That is freaky. That is for some freak. That's a freak show.
Yeah, like you've never been able to like, go to corporations and things like that under like and ask for certain advice before and things like that. But this right here is just saying I'm like to give so much dedication to like particular corporations. Like I bet everybody in the government as that was happening had stock within those companies. Because whenever there's like military contracts or anything like that, they do go up. And
God,
but
it's
to have
so-
four companies just like
Mr. Rish.
goddamn. Let's see.
No.
It might be two companies.
or they might be 4 different ones. Let me double check this.
Isn't it that one? Isn't it like Palantir? Isn't it one of them?
Yeah.
And who else is it? I forgot. I actually didn't. I never knew who the 4 corporations were. But that's so fucked up. Are they? They're like. Are they like colonels or something? What kind of rank?
Yeah, they're colonels.
Oh my god.
They've been sworn in as lieutenant colonels.
Oh my god.
Straight up. And so lieutenant colonels from Meta, Palantir, OpenAI, and this other guy who is an advisor. So we have a chief technology officer, chief product officer, and then an advisor to Thinking Machines Lab and former chief of officer at OpenAI. So
that is freaky.
Yeah,
that's some freak
lieutenant
stuff.
colonels.
Mr.
I noticed
Johnson.
I
No.
noticed Elon Musk wasn't promoted to lieutenant colonel.
Yeah, he's grounded right now.
Oh my god. It's just so Alice in Wonderland. Like we're living in an
Did we already forget about the fucking Twitter feud of fucking Elon and Trump going at it and just being like, boom, there's the bomb, fucking Epstein files. Like, dude, that shit was insane. That was like, holy fuck, man. Like, so, like I literally like it's weird waking up now and just going, all right, what it's like it's literally a phrase now in my daily
Mr.
life.
Graham,
Like, what's the news today? What crazy thing happened today? I know it's out there somewhere.
Right.
And then you look into it, and then what was it? Did you hear Trump's reasoning for wanting to take away the birthright citizenship, or at least one of the arguments for it? Which was stating how birthright citizenship was brought into place for the children of slaves. So so his argument was saying that this amendment was for a certain time. It's like it no longer applies because like we're not dealing with slaves anymore. And I'm like,
right.
Couldn't you make the same argument of Second Amendment is about muskets then?
Right.
Like exactly that. So you're saying, I'm like, all right, we got to revise to the times. All right, fine. Let's look at Second Amendment. What did they not anticipate? No way they thought we were gonna have handheld machine guns, which they had barreling on wheels at one time.
Right. My God. Oh.
Yeah, Tennis, I'm glad you found our channel. You fit right in.
I am too. I'm very glad to be a part of it. I've been going on these lives, a lot, and trying to. A lot of them I stay away from because they're just chaotic and they're
a lot of the lives thrive on divisiveness, and that's one thing that me and my wife started this channel on, was to not like be divisive, but to bring together, even though obviously I have a stance and everything like that, but it's still to everyone have a say. I do draw the line if your rhetoric is something that if it is spread en masse becomes harmful, like it's where I draw the line.
Yeah. So and there's a few that I get on that I go on a lot. And I kind of know the people, and, it's such an interesting kind of medium, where.
Oh, most definitely.
But I love it because you talk to the people, and not only do you talk to Americans. I mean, I've been talking to Canadians and Australians and, all these people, who are bringing information and bringing their points of view from around the globe.
Yeah.
And that's
window.
all.
Like that's why it was a real disheartening thing, and it was real obvious when it was first being touted about from the Republicans about TikTok is a way for the Chinese to infiltrate and this and that, when it was a blatant way of like bringing down free speech is what it really felt like and like seemed to be. And
yes,
because like otherwise you would be having issues with all these other apps as well. And so when it comes to TikTok, like it's done something that other apps just wasn't able to do. Yes, like when it came to, you had Vine with its addictive little quick little videos and things like that, and but being able to go live with it and having the algorithm fit others that do just that, listen to like political atmosphere and things like that. Like they're gonna find their interests
On this
and,
motion, the yeas
be
are
able to bring
48,
their
the
conversation
nays
together.
are 52.
Let's
The
see what this
motion
is.
is not agreed to.
What motion?
There it is.
I recognize the majority whip.
Okay, what's
I
the
ask
next one?
unanimous consent that it be in order for the following.
Can we have order on the floor, please?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent it be in order for the following senator to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendment to be in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment or the motions. Warren, 2414.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2414 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
All right, what do you got?
Senator from Massachusetts, Ms. Warren, proposes an amendment number 2414 to amendment number 2360.
Senator from Massachusetts. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the financial watchdog to keep people from getting cheated on credit cards and mortgages and Venmo and payday loans and a zillion other transactions. When this financial cop can't do its job, there is no one else in the
And
federal
they
government
save so
to
much
pick up
money
the
every
slack.
year saving
The
people in fraud.
CFPB has returned over $21 billion to more than 205 million Americans who were cheated by big banks and giant corporations. That is why this agency is popular across the country.
Please,
but
guys,
from the
vote on
beginning,
this.
Republicans in Congress have been trying to kill it, and now they want to slash the CFPB's modest funding cap almost in
remember that.
half.
Yep.
Not to save working people money, but to make it easier for corporations to trick and trap millions of people. Scammers love this Republican move. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support the CFPB, the little agency that fights for all Americans. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
She's
Mr.
such a
President,
warrior.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this
I hate
amendment.
this guy.
Section 30001 is purely budgetary and changes the CFPB's funding cap from 12% to 6.5%. It would provide the agency
That's
with
half.
ample funding to perform its statutory mandate. The funding available to the agency will grow each year as it is adjusted for inflation. There is nothing more budgetary than Congress deciding the funding level
That has
of an
to do.
agency.
They're saying you
I ask
don't
my
need
colleagues to
literal
vote
half
no
of.
on this
You only
amendment.
need half of what it is.
Mr. President?
and they'll do just
Time's
fine. It's going
expired.
to slow down the
Thank
process
you,
so
Mr.
much.
President.
Oh, good. Yeas and nays. Yeas and nays.
Mr. President, look, all this is about
Mr. President,
No, yeas
Oh,
and
I'm
nays.
sorry, I asked for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
I asked,
Why is he button?
Senator, point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The pending amendment number 2414 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Banking Committee's Section 302A allocation of the new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act
Oh, she
for the
was prepared for
purposes
that.
of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin,
I wonder if that's like, okay, so that's what they're about to start voting on. Okay. I wonder, like, with whatever he came with, where he's like, I invoke this, and then she's like, well, then I invoke this to just ignore that. Like, I wonder if they're going to say that to every bill, to that every, like, next one someone stands up, someone's going to be like, I object to this because of this, and then, like, literally just go through the,
Yeah,
you know, the legal
because they
tape
want
of
to
it all.
keep them, they want to, the
Stall 'em
Democrats
out.
want to wear them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, they'll do everything they can, you know? Maybe somebody will disappear or something, you know what I mean? I mean, they've got, and I have to give them so much credit because they're fighting so hard. Senator Warren in particular.
So it
You know,
doesn't look like. Sorry, yeah,
Ugh.
go ahead. Yeah, no, yeah. They are literally like. Sometimes it feels like when you're gonna choose like their house saying, "Oh my God, they were saying wait for the right fight to choose and everything like that. Like you don't just go in on everything, but have like the right cause or like enough like evidence and this and that, and, like go in. But I just feel like time and time again, like there's things where they should speak up and be like, all right, that's flagrantly like against the Constitution. What is happening? Like I understand why they voted
Yeah, I
down the
think
last impeachment attempt brought by the one guy, because like that was kind of loose and not like
yeah, I mean, I think they know when they know when it's fruitless, right?
yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, there is a certain point where, I mean, they just don't have the numbers. And the American people are like, why aren't they doing anything? Why aren't they doing anything? But they're hamstrung.
Yeah, they're the minority in both House and Senate right now, so it
Yeah,
feel
it's
like it's
really,
stale.
it's a bad, we just don't, like, that's why, Cory Booker did his, to the Cory Booker
Oh
filibuster,
yeah.
because he thought, I've got to do something, right?
See, that was
Even
fucking
though,
awesome. It was no fucking green eggs and ham bullshit. It was all facts.
yeah, but unfortunately, it doesn't make a difference, right?
Well, if
I don't
anything,
know.
I think the difference that it does is inspiration, and it's going to
Yes,
see a
yes,
while till like maybe until you see the fruits of the labor and
yeah,
everything like that. But like it's going to get people on their feet and like actually because like people need to realize there are certain like there are seats even within their local branches and things like that that are just like uncontested. Like go for it. We get your voices in
hmm
there. Do it.
What state are you from?
Washington
Washington State.
State. Yeah.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, beautiful place. Complete like
Oh,
you could drive,
sure.
you could in every direction drive at least in like not even an hour, and you have a beautiful forest with the waterfall.
Yeah, yeah. I hear it rains a lot there, but that in Seattle maybe because of the water, or I don't know.
Yeah, I would
Are you?
say yeah. So I would say yeah. Of course, weather's being so close to ocean from all sides and the big river and
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Hey, green-eyed witchy, welcome to the family. Thanks for finding. I'm gonna give a quick little shout out, real quick. By the way, guys, chat. While you're here chilling, if you enjoy what you're hearing and you feel like this is a great atmosphere and you want to like stay in tune with it, like become part of the conversations, like it's as simple as saying hi in the chat, and tell us what you stand for, and like and you could join as easy as that. Request on up. You have a voice. Join the conversation. But while you're chilling, please tap your screens, guys. Let us know that you enjoy what you're listening to. In the meantime, we have 6 new followers, which are new family members. So welcome. Thank you for hitting that follow. And yeah, right now, let's see, am I on Twitch too? I am not on Twitch, but I am live on YouTube. So if you ever joined too late and you want to hear what happened earlier in the, like, goodness gracious, like I've been live for 4.5 hours now. And you can go to YouTube and find the full-on lives and watch them at a later time.
Is this your handle on YouTube as well?
Yep.
Positively diverse. I'll give you a follow there.
Yeah, thank
I'll
you. Yeah, no,
subscribe.
thank you. So, like I said,
I'm
like,
I'm subscribed into everything. I'm like, I can't keep up with it all.
yeah, no, same. Like I got the whole folder on the phone just with these things.
One of my favorites is Instagram. I really like, I get a lot of content that I just like my personal interests, like
Instagram, I'd say, is the one I've touched the least for sure.
yeah, I love it because I'm like I love to speak French because that's like one of my majors in college, and I studied abroad there. So I like to practice my French, and I'm a tennis, fanatic. So I follow the tennis people and then obviously the politics. But there's so many different, like there's a creator on Instagram who he talks about politics from a historical standpoint and a psychological standpoint. And he talks about narcissism and, oops, there goes my doggy. All right, don't start. About the whole, we're living, basically his premise is we're living in the inverted reality of a narcissist. And that's what Schmittler was. And he, it's just fascinating. This guy has a lot of knowledge. And then there's this other one he's a professor at Johns Hopkins of history. And he is giving perspectives that are just fascinating. Like his, obviously studied the Federalist Papers and everything and the whole, it is fascinating. So there's all these creators that I follow on there. I think a lot of them are on TikTok too, but I tend, you don't get all those ads that you get on TikTok.
Oh, all right. I was about to say, how do the lives work over there? Are you able to have guests on lives
They
on
don't,
that side?
yeah, they don't have lives.
No
They,
lives.
I mean,
Okay.
these people can go live, but they can't take on panelists.
Okay.
Like here, like I've never seen an app like this one where you can have panels like this,
Right.
where people are actually just like talking to each other. I don't know why nobody else
I'm about
can
to
do
say,
it.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's Discord, but just like an open, actually in a weird way. Besides, like the scrolling videos and things like that, having access to just multiple chat rooms is kind of what it is.
It's interesting, and like one thing I don't understand Discord. I've heard people have invited me to go to Discord, and I cannot figure it out. Is it complicated or I'm just stupid?
No. It can be complicated in a sense. Like, say, if you want to make your own rooms and make bots for your rooms and things like that. And then like if you want to like take it seriously, like it feels like it becomes complicated. But if you're just joining other rooms that are put together and like, it's mainly like I'd say the most confusing part is just finding out just like to get access and permissions to join certain rooms, you have to like go to read the rules, like hit the emojis, like saying that you read it, this and that. But for the most part, just if you just take kind of like step back, take the moment to kind of really wrap your head around it, it's not too
I just
bad of a
can't
platform.
find anybody on it. I can't find anybody I know. I've tried.
Let's see here.
Like, I have
Been a
the
while since I
app.
popped mine open. I know I'm on. I'm not too active in it though. What is it, like the Parker and Dean one? I found those. Dan is one of my favorites.
Those young guys are so interesting, aren't they? They're so smart.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Like, I love how what is it? They're just the vocabulary level and comprehension and just on the fly for like certain they definitely have a head on their shoulders.
They're
And
so
I'm glad that they're
articulate.
using it for the right reasons. Like, I've always felt like if you're able to think things through logically and and you realize the right way of questioning things and like requiring evidence and things like that, you will land on the right side of things. And like even like how people say with Dean and his background, because Dean was once a Trump supporter, and then then he found out he found the tool in his toolbox that was broken. He fixed it, and then it put him on the right side of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that, right? Like there's this guy who's studying in France. I haven't seen him. He'll run panels, but I haven't seen him in a while. But he was one of these young guys who was indoctrinated into the whole MAGA thing. And he jumped off like around the time of January 6th. A lot of people jumped off around January 6th. I just can't understand why it wasn't a deal breaker for everybody.
No, exact, yeah. Like it's weird finding out everyone's different lines on it. Who was it? He was here earlier in the chat watching. What was his name? I bet if I just scroll up real quick. In the meantime, we could address who's got a question. Un Esser does ask, what do we think about birth certification deal? Are you aware of anything of such a thing?
Birth certificate. I don't. Is there something going on? Tell them to come up. Oh, come up and tell us what that's about. Are you talking about birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I would think I could only imagine it's the last thing brought up with anything about birth, but certification. That's definitely
Are
new
they going
and
to
specific.
require a birth certificate for something now?
Have you actually? What is it? It's in the big. I think it's in the big beautiful bill. What is it? It's like a. God, I want to say not Trump Club, but it's like the MAGA.
Ms. Murkowski.
Have you heard about this? It's like for the next 3-4 years, like they can sign up their newborn for
Like it's like their replacement of Social Security. Oh, 1 second, my wife is calling me. All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna turn up the YouTube and take this call real quick. Okay. I did send an invite.
Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Hoven, no.
My dog's barking again.
Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. King, aye.
They finished counting
Mrs.
the vote?
Britt, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
All right, wifey just got off
Mr.
work.
Lujan, aye.
Sorry?
The wife just got off work.
Oh.
Yeah. He called saying that she's gonna pick me up and we're gonna get food, and now my mom's calling me. All right. Sorry, everybody. Tennis, keep everybody occupied and entertained.
Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, aye.
I see somebody in the chat says, I love Trump. I mean, why do you love him? I mean, how can you say that? I mean, you don't even know him personally. kind of weird.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Aye.
Hope you guys who are Trump supporters in the chat, like you like the fact that these senators don't want to get rid of, don't want to control these corporations from charging you these fees. I mean, isn't that weird to you? Why would you want to pay all these like ridiculous fees?
Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. Aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. No. Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. No. Mr.
No.
Sheehy.
All
No.
right. I wonder who calls me next. All right. Let's see here. What are we seeing here in chat? I'm so sorry, Leisha. I'm just reading this. Found out what they were talking about. Long story short, Trump said a birth about what he said, certification. Okay. Trump
Mr.
said
Warner.
a birth
Mr.
certificate
Warner.
doesn't mean you have citizenship.
Oh my
He
God.
snuck in abolishing birthright citizenship and trying to sell gold cards for citizenship. The Senate has already voted to abolish it
Cortez
from the
Masto.
bill. Good.
Aye.
That's so corrupt.
That is, yeah, right.
Oh my God.
So wait, because like a birth certificate, like normally the birth certificate from whatever country you're in is it is a citizenship. No.
To that country, I don't know. I couldn't speak to the laws of another country, but a
Because
birth
like
certificate.
yeah,
This
of us-
country is
Mr.
proof of,
Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. Aye.
is
Mr.
proof that you
Thune.
were born here, right?
No.
It's one of the first things they voted no to. Oh, perfect. Oh, I missed that. I would love to have seen that though. Good. That sounds ridiculous. God, that must have just been ridiculous to hear out loud as a fucking bill thing. Yays and nays. So 46 to 50. Thanks a lot, guys. So that was
Mr.
So
the
they all want to
amendment.
get, they want to be
McConnell.
scammed, right?
Yeah.
They wanna-
No.
They
Mr.
were just like,
Bozeman.
no, we want to protect
Bozeman.
corporations. We know where we lie.
No.
The fuck, dude? No. Really?
What is that?
Jesus.
I mean, it's so, how can you vote for these people who aren't protecting your rights?
Yeah, no, this is
Because
It's
they're
so
living in
blatant.
this inverted reality. They're living in this reality of, yeah, anything that the right side wants is sacrosanct, and we should support it because the left is bad. Right?
yeah. Oh,
Because it-
damn, Bruce, I would have invited you up if I didn't have to go so soon. I'm actually going to have to jump up and we're going to go to the bank, get some sushi. And then,
Oh, good. Well, it was nice meeting you.
yeah, no, same tennis. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you the next round.
Yeah, I really hope to really see you around like much more often and everything. Like
Yeah,
like
definitely.
straight
I'll
up, like I said,
definitely-
when I say you're on like vibe on point, like I'm like, oh man, I'd love to make you a moderator someday.
Sure. I'd be happy to. And I'll look for you for sure. I usually go on, I check out every day, so I see who's around. So I'll definitely come by.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Until next time. All right, tennis. Thank you again.
Okay, have a great day. Thanks
Yes,
for having me. Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay, everybody. It's been a successful stream. Let's see. This one's only went on for an hour and 50 minutes, but for the full live time, it's been 4 hours and 50 fucking minutes. Holy shit. 4 hours and 50 minutes of live, everybody. And if you want to watch the full 4 hours and 50 minutes,
Mr.
you can
Schumer.
actually go find me
Mr.
on
Schumer.
YouTube. Don't forget to look this up, Positively
Aye.
Diverse on YouTube, and you get all of my lives that I, for the most part, up there. Like whenever I remember to go live over on Streamlabs over yonder. But I have my channel up there, so if you ever come in late and you're curious what we talked about, go over to YouTube. If you're at work doing laundry, whatever have you, it's always something to listen to over there. We got so many debates, conversations, and if you're all about like what I said we do here, which is not just win debates, but to gain perspective. If you're down with that, please hit that follow, everyone. Get the notifications when we go live, and I hope that we catch you soon. Like it's going to be a beautiful day, it looks like out there. And so here at Positively Diverse, I want to remind you guys, stay positive. Even though the fucking, all this is going down around us, all this crazy stuff, stay positive, guys. You got to take care of yourself and make sure that, every day is, something also for yourself. So don't be too distraught. Hold strong, everybody. Stay positive, and I hope to catch you guys soon. And also, in the meantime, if you haven't followed that account down over yonder, over there, that is my secondary account as a backup. I encourage you all to follow that one as well. All right. Okay, everyone. I'll catch you all soon. Thanks for coming on by. Hit that follow if you haven't already. Tap your screens. Last chance. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'm gonna hope to catch you soon. I'm gonna go eat some sushi. Goddamn, hell yeah. All right. Keep your eyes on these votes, everybody. Don't stay informed. How with verifiable proof? What, you need proof that I'm getting my sushi? All right. Peace out, guys. Catch you all soon. Boop. All right, YouTube. It is time for you now. I am out.